Good afternoon, welcome to Alexandra Palace as the quarterfinals of the 2015 Dafabet Masters continue. This afternoon we will see Northern Ireland's Mark Allen and England's Joe Perry battle it out for a place in the last four. Allen believes he can go all the way and win this tournament outright. As for Joe Perry, he recorded his first ever Masters win earlier this week, knocking out the former champion Ding Junhui. That's our live match for you this afternoon, but two of snooker's superstars are already through to the semi-finals.
If he makes a century here, he will be the all-time record century break maker. So there you have it, and there's the raised hand from Ronnie O'Sullivan. History has been made. And it's there. Well, what a frame to steal that was. He leads 3-1. In goes the black. It's all over by the shouting. Marco Fu has a look at the scoreboard. That's enough. He shakes Ronnie by the hand. He'll be very disappointed with Marco. He knew he had to come with his best game. It wasn't there. But Ronnie O'Sullivan's through to the semi-final quite comfortably by 6 frames to 1.
Watch out, there's a potter about.
Well, that is a fabulous start from the world number one. Oh, dear me. Now that is the shot of the championship so far.
Brilliantly played.
Has he got this spot on? Well, what a shot.
No, he's got everything else spot on tonight. Why are you surprised?
What a display from the world number one and former champion. He takes the match 6 frames to 1.
So 2 very interesting quarter-finals yesterday, Stephen, and you were in the commentary box for Ronnie O'Sullivan. What did you make of his progress?
It started off like a train, obviously made the century break in the first frame, didn't make me wait long for my record. It was awesome in the first frame. Marco should have gone 2-2. He missed a chance there, really. He played a very cautious game, which you can't afford to do against O'Sullivan. And then Ronnie basically just coasted to victory.
Now, you mentioned the got past your record. A phenomenal achievement by you, but you know, to someone to usurp that, I never thought that would happen.
No, it's to be honest, it was a matter of time, really. But I'm glad it's like the best player in the world's done it. You know, I'd hate if it was someone that'd been a pro for like 50 years and sort of trundled and eventually just got by. He plays the game the right way, so it was nice to see.
Now, I did Robertson's match last night on the commentary. He was absolutely awesome. I don't know whether you saw any of that match, but believe you me, his match play was of the highest quality. Every time the cue ball was stuck on the board, Christian Ali Carter had a problem and he scored so heavy. He looks like he's finding his form.
Very impressive. What a semi-final that's going to be.
Well, if you've got shopping to do tomorrow, make sure you do it early. That will be a classic.
That's tomorrow. Back to today's quarter-final action as Mark Allen takes on Joe Perry. And the Englishman was naturally delighted when he walked into the VIP area after doing his media duties on Wednesday night. He knocked out Ding Junhui, his first ever win at the Masters.
I've never come here as a top 8 player, so I've always played a higher ranking player than myself. You know, I've played Ronnie a couple of times, I've played Ding, I've played Maguire, just to name just a few. So I've always been the underdog every time I've played. So, you know, if I was going to win a game here, it would have been seen as a bit of a shock or a scalp. So it's just so hard to win here. I played Mark Allen a few years ago, and I always thought he used to get a bit annoyed with himself at times, and you could sometimes see him getting frustrated, and you could maybe just like pick on that. But I think over the last few years he's worked with Terry Griffiths just like I have, and he's sort of got that out of his game. So I don't really see any weaknesses in the game anymore. Just got to try and outplay him in all the departments and hope that my game's stronger than his. Quarterfinal of the Masters, I think everyone's capable of winning. Snooker's never been so busy, but I still think there's only maybe 3 tournaments where you really get a chance to showcase your game and your ability and to the actual major general public. So this is a big opportunity for me to maybe come out and show everyone that I am a top player, because a lot of my performances have been overseas recently. So this is one big chance for me to come out really into the limelight for everyone to see me on the BBC.
Well, this is the 5th match between Mark Allen and Joe Perry, the Englishman with 3 wins to Allen's 1. Perry won the last meeting 4-1 at a European Tour event in 2013. But as you can see, Perry yet to win a ranking title. Talking you through this quarter-final this afternoon, Dennis Taylor and Ken Doherty. Good afternoon to you, fellas. I had 15 minutes with Mark Allen earlier this week, Dennis. I detect a steely determination in that young man.
Yeah, he's back playing as well as he ever has done. He's got a good record here in the Masters. He's had 3 quarter-finals and a semi-final. And if you take away Mark Selby and Neil Robertson, he lost 4 matches on the deciding frame. So his performance against John Higgins was awesome, because John made 3 centuries and a 96 and lost 6-4, so you can't play any better than that.
Have you been impressed by Mark Allen?
Yeah, very, very impressed. I mean, that match, John Higgins, high-quality match, and, you know, he's one of the very consistent performers over the last few years and one of the top players in the game. And on his day, as Dennis said, he can beat anybody.
Joe Perry obviously feeling confident as well after knocking out Ding Junhui. But in many ways, uncharted territory for Joe. Is that going to affect him today, Dennis?
I think he'll probably play better, because winning your first match here, I think I went 9 or 10 years and then eventually won it, because the first round is the toughest round to get through here. And he's done that, beating Ding. So he, I think, will really enjoy this match.
Yeah, I think if he plays like that, he's got nothing to lose, you know, because he's been here for so many years, Dennis, and it's like a monkey off his back, as he said in his interview. So if he goes out and says, well, look, I've got nothing to lose, everybody's expecting probably Mark Allen to win, and if he goes in with that sort of attitude, it can sort of release all his fears and just play like he can play, because on his day, Joe Perry, you know, he's a really tough match player.
And I had a quick chat with Joe in the VIP area after he beat Ding Junhui, and all his family were there, and the thing they were all impressed with his composure that night as well. When you're playing a former champion, that's difficult, isn't it?
Well, he has got a great temperament, he always has, and he's one of the nicest lads you could ever wish to meet, Joe, and I think he'll relish playing in front of this crowd. The crowds have been fabulous since we started on Sunday, absolutely incredible, and both players will get the backing of this super crowd here at the Ali Palace.
Yeah, it's fantastic, great atmosphere, and you know, he's a local lad as well, so he's going to have a lot of support in here, Joe Perry, so I hope he plays well, and I hope it's going to be a close match like most of the matches we've seen this week.
Can I just say as well, you're the best dressed commentator at BBC Sport. Look at you.
I like that handkerchief, it's quite nice. I might cut this and made a few handkerchiefs out of this.
Enough of that, we've got some snooker to do. Let's join our MC, Rob Walker.
Thanks, Jason. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've already have 5 fabulous days of action at the Dafabet Masters, and what an opportunity this afternoon here at Ali Palace for one of the 2 players waiting at the top of the stairs. The prize, a place in the semi-finals here at the Masters. Please welcome a player who is clearly flourishing into his early 40s. This is his first appearance in a Masters quarter-final after 24 years as a pro. It was a superb win over Ding in the first round. Can he keep this great form going? From Cambridge, here comes the gentleman. Here comes Joe Perry. And his opponent, one of the most exciting break builders in the game. His first round win over John Higgins was a superb match to watch. A 2-time ranking event winner, arguably producing some of the best snooker of his career. Bidding for a second Masters semi-final. He's the pride of Northern Ireland. He's the pistol. He's Mark Allen.
Well, a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome once again to the Alexandra Palace for another intriguing match. Gentleman Joe Perry there, taking on Northern Ireland's Mark Allen. Should be a cracker.
Looking forward to this,
Thank
Dennis.
you, ladies and gentlemen. The first
Another
frame.
fantastic crowd in here
Joe
today.
Perry to break.
Should be quite an interesting game, this.
Put your cameras down, please.
Nice break off.
Brendan Moore taking charge of this match, just telling some of the spectators to keep their cameras down. And as Ken mentioned, a pretty good break-off shot. Got to be a little bit careful. If he just comes off a side cushion and nestles into the pack, he could leave that red that's to the left of the blue. I'll just show you what Mark's looking at. You can only see the left side of the red, which would take him into the bunch with the cue ball. So he might be able to play a couple of cushions and just nestle into the pack, but he's got to be a little bit careful here.
Pretty good shot. It's not straightforward for Joe Perry to get back down to the end of the table, and if he just nestles off this red and leaves the cue ball on the top cushion, he's going to leave a straightforward safety shot for Mark Allen here. Now this is probably one of those instances, Dennis, that you don't really want it behind the green here. You want it up in the green pocket somewhere and force Joe into opening the bunch of reds, and that's not the best shot Mark Allen has ever played. Really wanted to be tight on the cushion there. How do you see this, Dennis? I know obviously Mark Allen probably favourite coming into this game, but Joe Perry, I think they played 4 times. Joe Perry has won 3 out of the 4, so he'd be feeling pretty confident, and particularly after winning his first round on his first match here at the Masters at 9 attempts, I think.
Yeah, he's got a tough one on his hands, though. The way Mark Allen, as we mentioned before the play started here, John Higgins making 3 centuries and a 96 and lost 6-4. So that shows you the sort of form that Mark was in. This will be some shot if he knocks this in and gets on the black. But he may not have covered that one that's near the middle pocket. He thought he could take that on, get on the black and leave things safe. Just show you the attempt again, but he might just be able to get through to that one to the left of the pink and blue.
Can't go into the pack of reds here, so probably be stun it off the side cushion and try and get on that loose red to the right corner pocket. Oh, needs to go, needs to run. Oh. He's not on it.
7.
Trying to stun between black and red and overdone it.
Joe Perry 7.
wasn't too far away from this. But it's always a big help when you do miss that type of shot and it runs safe. The red could have finished over either corner pocket. So always nice to get an early run of the ball. That's close to the pocket.
Foul.
Not the best safety that Mark has played, so both players just a little edgy, quite rightly, at the start of this quarter-final match. And let's see if we can knock this one in. There's the tournament safety success rate. 86%, that's quite high. I couldn't have played that any better. He's perfect on the blue, and he can go straight into the pink here. It's the sort of shot that the players would practice. And he's played that well. He's very unlucky, though. Couldn't have played it much better, but look where the pink has gone, and look where the black's gone. Opened the reds up and put the pink and black. Awkward. Very unfortunate. Oh, that's close to the pocket as well.
7.
Well, I'm not quite sure why he didn't try and get on the black there, Dennis, because he's got the, you know, he's got a red into the left corner. He could have got on the black, got it back on the spot, and he's still got the red that's closest to the right corner pocket.
Well, the red is on now into the right corner. He's got an angle on this. It depends on the angle. He might be able to play a back up for the blue, but
12.
He could even think about canning into the black and bringing it into play. And that's exactly what he's done, and it's been a
30.
bit unfortunate. A little thicker contact. He'd have knocked the black over the corner pocket. Yeah, if he had just caught the cushion first, he would have flicked it over the pocket.
Joe Perry, 13.
And now the blue's gone awkward, so it's still a bit of a chance for Mark Allen. He can get the black back on its spot. It would help.
Yeah, he can put this red, of course, it's just below the black spot, but he can't get close to the black. But he's got to try and get it back on the spot. It's not too bad. I mean, it just plays this dead weight. Give it a chance to go into the pocket. It should be okay. And he's played that very well. And if this red pots, I'm sure it does.
8.
Well, it's tight, but it's okay. It does pot.
Yeah.
Just asking Brendan Moore just to respot it again, which he can do, just to make sure it's on the spot. But I think it'll go in off that right jaw of the pocket. It should be okay. It'll definitely go, Mark. Well, somehow he doesn't fancy it, but looks to be plenty of room.
Yeah, and if he plays it dead weight, it's definitely going to fall in off that jaw, but he doesn't like it.
Nine.
Well, that's the end of the break. I thought he might just risk that one and just drop it in off that left jaw, the corner, and he would have been perfectly on the black, but he was directly behind it and he felt it was a bit too tight.
Mark Allen, 9.
That was just a matter of bringing the blue back into play, just to open things up. All very awkward to get back down the table to where the reds are. Could quite easily cannon into one. Can't play a containing safety, leave the white behind the black on the cushion because of the red near the right corner, so it's one of those where he may have to screw the ball directly back into the balk area. And looks as if he's trying to find the gap. I never liked that shot out. I prefer to screw it off the one just to the left of the middle pocket, screw back, because there was so many balls he could cannon into there.
One.
Love to get down to that red. It's just to the right of the black. It's sort of in the way a little bit. The red just below the pink spot.
3.
He can put that into the corner and get on the black nicely now.
4.
Okay, it's not the red he played for. He's got the one near the right middle pocket. Played for the one that's
11.
just to the right of the black. Just overhit that slightly, so a little bit more work to do now.
12.
And if the blue passes the brown, that's even better. Maybe it doesn't. He's looking at the green, I think. No, he can get the blue. Yeah, plenty of room. And even though it's the best of 11, it's always nice to get an early advantage.
17. He's
underhit that, I think. Looks to be dead straight. Should be okay, but a few more inches up the table and been easy to get back to the reds. Let's have a look if he's dead straight. Well, there's a slight bit of angle there.
Yeah, and the fact that he's left-handed sort of helps him here, because he can just screw back and take this red just to the right of the black. A lot easier on that side for a left-hander.
23. $24.
Oh, it's a nice little nudge on the blue, wasn't it? Just straightened up the cue ball. You can just drop this in now and get on those two reds.
29.
It's not the best shot. He's shaking his head a little bit because he wanted to be on the lower of the two reds. Just would have been straightforward. He's got to stun into this red now. Yeah, he just didn't like it.
Foul.
Well, look what's happened
Mark
there.
Allen, 29.
Everything knocked the red
Joe
that was
Perry,
safe
4.
on the right-hand side cushion, brought it into play.
All because he just come up a bit short there, and he had a chance to win the frame. He didn't need the difficult red that he removed there. Now Joe's got a terrific chance.
He seemed to get down to play that shot very, very quickly, didn't he? He was disappointed. You could see him shaking his head, wanted to be on the lower red of the two, and got down to the shot very, very quickly. What an opportunity here for Joe Perry. And I feel it's important for Joe
7.
to get off to a good start, Dennis, isn't it? You know, just to settle into the game and give him a bit of confidence.
Just playing for the more difficult of the two reds, but he hit that a little harder than he wanted. I don't know.
14.
Can he just drop it in the hole for the black, or does he have to go up for the blue? And that was amazing. He just went a little bit too far with his previous positional shot. So both players very edgy in this opening frame. And these pockets, if you touch the cushion, they won't drop. And he's hit that too hard, so it is a little bit of a nervy start from both players here. Just shows you what the Masters can do to you. I mean, Mark never looked like missing against John Higgins, and that was a pretty straightforward pot for Mark there. It's another day, it's another match, and you've got to try and come out here and produce the same sort of form. Easier said than done, but I'm sure both these players will settle down.
Got to be careful here. Trying to cut it into the right centre, but it's the angle there. The cue ball will be travelling towards the left centre, coming off two cushions, and he doesn't like it. This could have been a lot easier. May attempt it into the bottom right-hand corner pocket. It's a good shot. He's sort of playing it as a shot to nothing, really. Hoping he'd try and get on one of the ball colours into the left centre.
Show you the pot again. He can roll to the green and leave the snooker. Okay, it might be an easy escape, but you're never sure where the yellow's going to finish up. And you hit a couple of cushions. Bottom side cushion and just hope to hit the yellow half ball would be his choice, I feel. That's what he's attempting. And it's close to going in the pocket. 2. It was still a pretty good shot, even if the yellow didn't go in. He caught it half ball. So it couldn't be tighter, just 2 points the difference in this opening frame. Just trying to knock the yellow back up the table, leave the white down the balk end, and nice fluke there, but now the fact that Joe is 2 points in front makes quite a difference because the pink's safe. So Joe at the moment needs the green, brown and blue. Mark Allen would need that difficult pink.
Just wondering, is it worth just dropping the green into the right centre? He doesn't like it. Oh, he's got a bit of a heavy contact there. Still okay. It's not a bad shot, but
Both, yeah.
possibly some chalk on the green ball there. Maybe a spot. And let's see the green jump here. There you go. But you're right, it does make a difference, that 2 points. Joe, certainly you'd want to keep that pink safe. He doesn't want to knock the green down towards it here. May just chip it onto the left-hand side cushion. Maybe cue ball somewhere behind the brown. Well, he's taken the other option. He may have left it.
He was a little unlucky there. He got a slight double kiss, because without the double kiss the green would have been close to the black. This is a delicate one, but if he does pot it, he might leave an angle on the blue in such a way that he could cannon that pink out, because that's the one he's going to need. But this is not a gimme. It might have looked easy.
Mark Allen 3.
But it was far from.
Quite edgy, isn't it, Dennis, from both players here in this opening frame? A lot of uncharacteristic misses.
Oh, he's got away with this one, because he put a quick one in, just a bit anxious on the brown there. But they haven't settled. Neither player has settled.
Oh, what a shot that was. Perfect. Well played.
It's coming up to 23 minutes for this opening frame. And that's coming up a long way short. But it's at the moment you would say it's a pink ball fight. Whoever pots the pink is going to take this opening frame, you would feel. That's a terrific shot, and he's got an angle. He can bring the pink into play. This time he rolled it and put that brown right in the center of the pocket. Angle on the blue. Can he put the pink in a potable position? Not quite.
Oh.
Nine.
Another fraction and it would have been the easiest of pots. He might still be able to just slot it in. No. These middle pockets from that angle are so difficult.
Well, I said earlier, on that side it was okay for a left-hander shooting down towards the black, but shooting back up the table, if you're right-hander, this is much easier. But it's still It's got a stretch to it, and it's a difficult pot, isn't it? Because it's not. If it had been a little bit straighter, it's okay. But the fact that that little angle and trying to get back to the black as well, this is very difficult.
No, I don't think he fancied that. And where's the pink going to finish? Well, there is a chance for Joe Perry. That was very difficult from that position and with the extension on the cue. So it's one of those, the pink will go in the middle pocket and it will go in the corner pocket, but neither is straightforward. In the middle it is. He'll probably cannon the black. Is it there? It's not there, and look where he's knocked the black. So both players have had their chances. This is another one for Mark Allen. He's overcut it. Well, the tension in this opening frame is quite amazing.
I think he's got away with it, Dennis. If it runs on, he's got away with it. Well, you can't believe that, where the cue ball is finished. That is amazing. He puts his hand up to apologise, but I somehow doubt if he's that sorry, in all fairness, Dennis.
Well,
will he attempt a double here, Dennis? I know you would.
Well, he'll think about it because the black's over the pocket. He's looking at the angle of the pink to double it up into that corner, but
it's certainly worth having a go, isn't it? I mean, if he plays it with a little bit of pace, if he misses it, okay, the pink could go up the side cushion, it could go into the jaws and run safe. But if he gets it, what a bonus with the black over the corner pocket. I think he's going to have a go at this.
Well, he has an easy safety shot if he doesn't fancy it. Oh,
he's gone for it.
Thanks.
You see, leaving the cue ball tight in the cushion, wherever the pink finished, it was going to be difficult. But boy, what a shot Joe's faced with here. He's got to take it on. There's no easy safety shot. Wouldn't it be ironic, after all the pots we've seen missed, if he was to knock this difficult one in? Well, he did try the pot, believe it or not. And a chance. Now, if he plays a plain ball, the white will come towards the black.
Oh, wow.
And he's got away with it again. I'm just wondering if he... I wonder if he said, should we have a re-rack? Oh, well, they're trying everything now, and as Joe got away with it. This... Wow. He's handed Brendan Moore the cue.
I think he'll pot this black, Dennis. What do you...
13.
Smiles all around. He holds his hand up to apologise to Joe for some of the good fortune he had there, but both players just couldn't get the balls in the pockets. In the end, Mark Allen will be very relieved, and he leads 1-0.
I'm not too sure whether Mark Allen wants to laugh or cry after that frame. We'd love to hear from you this afternoon at BBC Snooker via social media. Any questions for any of our top experts this afternoon, you can also email us. One of the questions no doubt the viewers may be asking this afternoon is, what on earth is going out there?
I mean, the only thing really wrong with a frame like that is losing it. I mean, that'll be an absolute sickener for Joe Perry. He had chance after chance early on. Then Mark Allen had an unbelievable run of the balls when he's overcut the pink. To go round the table and finish with the cue ball stuck on the pink was incredible. Then he had another bit of form after that. What a frame.
So different to the performances that both players had in their first round matches. You know, Joe Perry against Ding Junhui was fantastic, and Mark Allen, I think Dennis touched on this in commentary, was brilliant against John Higgins.
Yeah, and I think that the standard in general, the whole tournament's been excellent, so we're probably due one of them frames eventually, but it's amazing. Both players would be in the practice table before. I was actually in there. Both of them looked like they'd be striking the ball beautifully, playing really well, and then come out and do that. It's incredible, but sometimes it's catching. When one player misses a lot, then another one, and then the balls go awkward, and it's just, you get these frames sometimes. They're not a pleasure to watch or to play in.
They've had the crowd laughing anyway.
Yeah, great. Always played in the best of spirit. They're good pals as well. Mark's got a cracking sense of humour, but you know, Stephen mentioned that there's nothing like the pit. You can practice all you like out there and everything. When you go in there and it means something, you can miss balls all over the place, which is what they've done the first frame. And
John, in the context of the whole tournament, when you saw the quality yesterday, Ronnie O'Sullivan's match, and also Neil Robertson last night, I mean, how many times did you in the commentary box say that that's probably the shot of the championship? The worrying thing for these two boys is that you see the level that O'Sullivan and Robertson are playing at, and these two at the moment have not really got off to a good start.
Yeah, but that's not a concern. That's later on. That's something you have to, you know, put further down the line. Today is just about getting a result and winning. He looks strangely subdued to me today, Mark Allen. He had a good bounce about him the other day. I don't know whether he looks a bit tired, but just even in the opening start of the match, he doesn't seem to have that confidence or that bounce about him. When he's really confident, he sort of bounces around the place and looks like he owns it. Looks strangely subdued.
Do you think there's a little bit of tension out there, naturally?
There's tension. I mean, it's a quarter-final of the Masters. You know, it's a massive tournament. So to get through the semis is, you know, perhaps it's just making them both a bit twitchy.
OK, don't forget, if you have any questions, at BBC Snooker via social media, use the hashtag MastersClass.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that frame affects both players. Joe Perry be very disappointed to lose it, whereas Mark Allen will be relieved and may settle down. Mark Allen. Be interesting how it pans out. Nice to win those frames, though, aren't they, Dennis? I mean, you know, when it looks like you've lost it a few times, but you end up winning it. It gives you a nice boost, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit bizarre, some of the putts they missed. It was a bit like watching two players that had only just started playing the game, but I thought the last shot that Joe played, he seemed to get down very quick and tried to double the pink, which I think in the end just the players were just hoping to get the pink in the pocket. Right, that's long gone, and now we can get on with the match. But as I say, you never really settle till you get your first frame on the board, so Mark will have settled a little bit more than Joe, you would have to say. You can get through to the red for the right corner, but black's hampered by that red to the right of it. Pink's available into a couple of pockets. But this is not easy. Let's see if he's settled. Good shot. Very good shot. One. Okay, he hasn't got on a ball colour, but knocking that in will do his confidence the world of good.
Joe Perry 1.
Yeah, always a little confidence booster, that type of pot. And he's blocked off the escape to the left side of the reds. So it's not straightforward just to keep it safe here. Have to give this a little bit of thought, Mark. If he comes off that right side cushion, he could leave that red that's to the right of the bunch in the pink. So just trying to nestle on this one that's to the right of the black. That looks pretty good. If it'll reach, will it reach? Wow.
Foul and a miss. Joe Perry 4.
Can he remember the same line? Because he was absolutely spot on there.
Yeah, it looked like it was just about to fall onto the red, didn't it? Just held up short.
Thank you.
He's got to be careful he doesn't find a gap here between red and black, because he'll leave the red on. This looks much better. Yeah. He won't be happy with it because he's left the red just to the right of the pink. Possible pot into the yellow pocket. Just wondering whether Joe will take it on or not. No. Well, is he just playing a safety shot, trying to get the cue ball down the left-hand side of the table? Pretty good.
There's Peter, Joe's father there in the audience. Nice pair of trendy specs there he's got on. But he'll be a little bit concerned, I think, his dad, after Joe losing that opening frame, and he was a long way off that attempted pot. It must be a fantastic feeling sitting watching your son there. He's just saying to his friend, oh, you know, what happened there? Is this a possible plant? No, I don't think so. He's had a look at the two reds. Yeah, too far to the left of the pocket, that.
Thanks.
That's not the best, but I think he's got away with it. He has. Well, I suppose he deserves a little bit of good fortune after what happened at the end of the previous frame. And Kyla, that's Mark's wife, arrived this morning. I've seen them arrive at the hotel, and his brother and his partner. So he's got plenty of support as Mark. Of course, Mark still lives in Antrim in Northern Ireland. Practices at the 147 club there. And Joe Swale pops down to have a practice with him, and your good old buddy Fergal O'Brien, I think, goes up and has a practice with him as well, Ken.
Yeah, travels up by train. He's one of the top players now, Dennis, isn't he? You know, he's developed all parts of his game over the last few years, and a consistent winner. And certainly on his day, and particularly the way he played against John Higgins, I mean, that was a tremendous match, wasn't it? I think 5 centuries in that game. This match at the moment hasn't caught a light just yet, but I'm sure we're going to see some fireworks from both players. And it's a good safety shot. just left a possible pot here for Mark Allen. He could play this as a shot to nothing. Try and screw this red in and back up towards the ball colours, but yeah, on his day, certainly a handful for any player, Mark Allen.
Believe it or not, Mike was trying to pot that red or wobble it in the jaws of this corner pocket behind the black, but safety was the first intention, but he mishit the red by a long way, but got the screw on the cue ball that was required. Oh, Joe has hit that too thick straight away. He was standing up. It did well to get that far up the table, but as soon as he made contact, he was up on the shot there. Seemed to hit that harder than he intended there. A little smile from Mark. He's not with it just yet. And Joe's got to capitalise now on this opportunity just to make up for that opening frame.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, the red's just above the black will pot into this bottom right hand corner pocket, so I'm sure he'll want to get on those as quickly as he can. He's attempted it just there.
It
was an edgy one though. He wanted to be down at least another 12 or so inches, and he's not on that red, that intended one in the middle. And again, bit of nervous tension in the arm. Recovered the situation though. Needs the top side of the blue, and he's okay.
15.
May try and get on that red once again, but he's got a few options here. Not quite sure whether that was the best shot he could have played from that position, because he really wanted to be straight on this red just so he could knock it in and hold for the black. Now, not quite sure whether he can hold for the black into the left corner pocket. Certainly if he takes the one that's closest to the pocket, but that wasn't his intended red. Nice. Played a good shot there.
$21.
All about the little cannon. He can cannon either of the two reds and leave the other one. Just depends how he sees it from behind the shot. In fact, he didn't have to. He had enough angle there to hold for it, which was even better, because you don't really want to be risking playing them little cannons.
It's the type of
29.
situation, isn't it, Dennis, that you really want to win the frame from.
I was chatting to Stephen Maguire there earlier before the match started, and he said these tables are playing absolutely beautifully. I had a little go on the practice
36.
table and it was lovely, but he said much better than the PTC events when the play on them. Of course, the table's
37.
settled in with some of those events. You're straight in the first day. It can be a little bit damp. I know they have table heaters, but he said these tables are absolutely top class.
Yeah, played a nice little cannon there, didn't he? Just knocking this red into
44.
play. There's one red and that cluster of 4 reds around the pink spot that will pot into this bottom right hand corner pocket, but he has to be very precise with his position. May elect to go down for the one that's closest to the bottom right hand corner pocket. He's had a look at that as well. Judged it nicely, and when he pots this, that will release
49.
the one just below it into the left hand corner pocket. So wow, just came right across
Joe
that
Perry, 49.
completely.
Yeah, I was just starting to think that Joe had settled down, and he puts a poor shot in there. But Mark is not with it either, so Joe immediately back at the table, only needing a few pots. I expected Mark to knock that one in.
One.
I think both players will want to really forget the 2 opening frames.
8. 9.
He can relax a little
60.
bit now, Joe Perry.
70.
And that wasn't the best queuing in the world.
Joe Perry, 17.
Mark coming back to the table, but you'd think it would be 1 each.
One.
I think he just wants to get a bit of table time, Mark, because he's not queuing all that well at the moment. Just he's overcut that, and
Mark
he just
Allen, one.
does
Frame
concede.
conceded.
So
Frame Joe Perry.
a very, very edgy start from both players, but Joe Perry will be quietly pleased to have taken the frame, and we're all square at 1 each. And I think at the moment, Ken, both players, it's a big, big match for them. Quarter-final of the Masters, huge crowd here, and at the moment they're probably both just trying that little bit too hard, and they haven't really settled down because they missed all sorts of shots.
Yeah, I think they're probably feeling it's a good opportunity for both of them, you know, to get into the semi-finals. You know, the draw has opened up quite considerably down the bottom half, and as we see, a lot of uncharacteristic misses from both players. And it's quite unusual. We haven't seen quite so many in in the short space of time that this match has started from any player this week. But it is quite nerve-wracking out there, and if you don't settle down early, it can get progressively worse. So hopefully now that both players have got a frame on the board, that things will improve.
Yeah, some people just coming back in. They're not allowed in when a frame starts, so a lot of them just finding their seats there. But the crowds have been absolutely fabulous since last Sunday when it started here. And
take your seats quickly, please.
It's a great venue, isn't it, Dennis? I mean, the atmosphere, the electricity, and of course the crowds, as you said. But it's a wonderful new home here in the Alexandra Palace.
Joe Perry to break. Just take your seats quickly,
Wembley,
please.
Of course, the old conference centre, and that's what they're playing for, all the players this week. A beautiful Waterford Crystal trophy and the cross to be called Masters champion.
yeah, the conference centre was a fabulous venue, but of course it was knocked down to make way for parking spaces. But this is the venue here. I mean, one of the early venues for the Masters was the New London Theatre in Drury Lane, believe it or not, and that was a fabulous venue as well. But it's now well established in the Alexandra Palace, and the support has been superb.
Yeah, such was demanded for tickets. They put an extra couple of hundred seats in here. It was 1,500, I think, capacity last year, but now, there you see, there's another couple of hundred tickets and seats available. 1,700 people it holds in here, and I believe semi-final and final already sold out, Dennis, so wonderfully attended and supported. Oh, where's the black?
Foul. Mark Allen set. Just give me a second, Mark, please.
No real damage done. Black spot not available, so it goes directly behind the spot and in line with the top cushion, of course.
Of course, that's quite unusual, isn't it? Because there's still 15 reds on the table, so having to put the black back as near to his own spot as possible, you wouldn't think that would happen. Of course, that's how you can make more than the maximum break. A foul like that, where you knock a colour in, player comes to the table, takes a colour. If he has a free ball, it really means that there's 16 reds on the table. That white's close again, so there's another 4 penalty points.
Joe Perry 4.
But no real damage done because the black is tied up, the pink's tied up. You try and leave a sort of an angle on this red to pot it and possibly get back down for at least the blue, just placing it off straight there, as you can see, just coming around to check to see if black might go in the corner. Doesn't look as if it does. Always worth a look. Joe did have a glance at that, but he'll be playing back up for the blue, you would feel. But I'll tell you what, you've got to cue these very well. No, just cued across it slightly. Well, look at the pot success rate, 63% and 74%. I'm sure that will change, but at the moment, neither player has settled. There's Patsy here as usual. Patsy Fagan. Didn't realise it was your birthday. 64. You don't look a day over 43, Patsy. Won the 1977 UK Championship and loves his snooker still. Does a bit of coaching and was working with Jimmy White for a couple of seasons. Bet he still wields a mean cue as well.
This red's gone close to the middle pocket, but again, not straight enough to hold for the blue. May take a chance and go in and through the reds and back out again. Hope for a bit of luck. Well, it's not too bad. I mean, this black is very tricky. But if he can somehow drop this in along the top cushion, he will have a possible red to follow. But it's not straightforward, is it?
He's quite an aggressive player, is Mark, but the way things have been going, you know, this is far from easy.
Mark Allen won.
Yeah, the sort of shots when you're in full flow and you're playing well, you don't mind taking on, but when you're struggling a little bit, that type of shot isn't as straightforward as normal. Now there is a long straight red up into the corner, and if he screws the white back, everything will be safe. If he pots the red, he's got the black, the one just above the cue ball. He can take up into the right corner pocket past the green there, and this would give him a great chance if he could knock this in. It's there. I think the black may have to go up onto the yellow spot. Just looking at things, there's only one spot available. So it's not a good chance by any means just yet. He's not quite getting through the ball, Joe. He's just decelerating.
8.
It's come up a long way short.
Switch
of
your
where he
phones off,
intended
please.
Again. Somebody's mobile still ringing. Can't find the off switch by the sounds of things. He's got to screw right back for the blue here. See, he's not getting through the ball at the moment. Even that shot there, he
9.
didn't get the backspin that he was after. Finished up more of a stun than a screw back. Now, how's your luck, Joe?
Well,
if you can get onto the pink here, into the left centre.
15.
Not sure whether the pink will re-spot, so it'll go behind those two reds. He really wanted a nice angle on that pink so he could disturb the two reds while potting it, but looks a bit straight on it. I'm just wondering, will the pink be available? It'll go behind those two reds. I don't think it can fit on its spot. Brendan Moore just getting his ball marker out just to check. So it goes behind the two reds in line with the black spot and top cushion, but it may be available. There's a pot now past the red into the corner pocket.
Thank you. 21.
Well, there you see it. Looks like a pot, Dennis.
Yeah, it's not too bad. That doesn't have to play on it just yet. He's got the blue to work with. You just leave the black where it is. No point in playing on it. He's finished a bit straight on this, so
27.
he may have to go back for the blue again. He wanted a slight angle to play on the pink, but he'll have to play this with a little bit of reverse side to swing it up for the blue. Didn't get enough side on that, so now he's the wrong side of the blue.
28.
Going away from the reds, looking at that angle. It's going to be a medium length pot he's going to leave. And there is a gap here to play around to get onto the blue again. You have to be pretty precise though.
33.
That's what he can play for there.
Joe Perry, 33.
Well, he got it all wrong, didn't he? Look where the cue ball's finished. But he's got away with it somewhat.
Yeah, the cue ball's just come quite close to the blue. It just makes this shot a little bit more awkward, but we did say about the pink is on. Now if you can pot this red and hold for the pink. Couldn't hold for it. Tried to stun it into the pink and bring it into play. So will he attempt this blue into the green pocket? You would have to say the way he's been cued, possibly not, but The other day against John Higgins, he wouldn't have looked twice at this blue. He's not feeling it at the moment.
Mark Allen 1.
There is an escape route down the table off the 2 reds that are near the pink, but Joe's looking at the right side of the table. Is he looking at the pot here? Where's that cue ball going to finish?
1.
He's trying to make something happen here. That was a very good pot. He knew he was going to cannon the other red and get back up the table, and that was probably his best shot so far in the match. And he's got the yellow, and he'll automatically come up to the reds. Where's that cue ball again? He's okay.
Can you please put your phones on silent or turn them off?
This is a good chance now.
3.
31 in front. We know the pink's available.
4.
Black might be out of commission somewhat, but doesn't have to worry about that. Has he left himself an angle to get
9.
onto the pink? Yeah.
10.
Right. Needs to pull up. He's snookered himself on the pink. It'll have to be the blue now. Just stopped in his tracks there. I don't think that red goes 2 above the pink. It'll have to be the one on the black spot,
15.
I think.
I think that's what the one he was aiming for, Dennis. When he's overhitting and underhitting, he's struggling, but he's still knocking them in. He's got a 43-point lead now. Another couple of reds and high-value colours, but he's missed that one.
Joe Perry 15.
Another chance now for Mark Allen. Now, if you can somehow position the cue ball, as you see Joe missing this red again, if you can somehow position the cue ball just below the red and black here, and beyond the pink nicely, bring the other 2 reds into play. That looks just about perfect. Nice angle
1.
now on the pink. Bring these 2 reds into play and certainly open things up here. Chance for a counter.
Well, that's been used, Mark, there, because
7.
he's knocked a red onto the side cushion. He's overscrewed it. So the touch is not there at the moment.
He's overscrewed it by some distance, hasn't he? I mean, he really wanted to be leaving the cue ball next, somewhere near the pink spot.
Mark Allen 7.
Pretty good shot there, though. Not only has he got a good cue ball, but he brought that difficult red off the cushion. Can't see a great deal there. That 36-point advantage doesn't mean a great deal at the moment because everything's in a potable position. That's never going to reach that one.
Foul and a miss. Mark Allen 4.
So this frame far from safe, but you know, if you look at the frame so far, Joe Perry could have quite easily been 3-0 in the lead. And there's every chance that he might go 2-1 behind.
Yeah, thanks.
That looks better.
Foul and a miss. Mark Allen 4.
Missed the red altogether. He was playing a delicate little one to glance off it and leave the white near the cushion behind the black spot, but he set Mark Allen right in amongst them. But normally, now against John Higgins in this situation, Mark Allen would get down and clear up, but you can't really predict that, can you? With what has happened so far, and immediately he's just not with it at the moment. See a flick on the pink that he didn't intend, so this is where you've got to keep your patience, keep your cool. They're getting chance after chance.
Green ball. Put your camera down, please.
And this time the camera was right in his eye line. Good green, but he's going to need another good red.
Yeah, with the rest as well, makes it a little bit more difficult. Good shot.
Thank you.
just about any harder, and red would have stayed out. Still struggling for position though.
5.
This is the 3rd shot in a row he's played with the rest. Don't see that very often.
Thank you. Paul Callan, 5.
It just shows you how he's struggling with his positional play, because that was the 3rd shot in a row he played with the rest. You can't really put your finger on it at the moment. They're just probably trying that little bit too hard. And that hasn't worked out.
1.
Maybe he can still get through to the black. This is amazing.
Joe Perry, 1.
And I think both players are getting frustrated a little bit.
Well, it's hard to believe what we're watching at the moment. Both these players played extremely well in their first round matches, and you can't put your finger on it. Sometimes it happens, doesn't it, Dennis? When one player starts missing, it almost becomes contagious. The other guy starts missing as well. Both of them are struggling.
Well, Joe's sitting there, and he knows that he should be 3-0 in front with the chances he's had. And that's what's the frustrating thing about it for him. But it can all change in a matter of a frame.
Well, if Joe was 24 points behind, he'd knock the red onto the blue and bring it into play, but he doesn't want to do that. He's 24 points in the lead. It's not the best shot he's ever played, and he's going to be in trouble here, you would have to say. And will he try and knock the red towards the blue, or cue ball towards the blue? Choice of both. Could play this hard, couldn't he, Dennis? I mean, he could possibly even play the double and try and bring the blue away from that ball cushion. Played the double. Just wanted it a little bit harder, and that would have been perfect. He's sort of playing 2 shots at once there. If he gets the double, well and good. I just wanted to play a little bit harder. He would have knocked the blue into a puttable position and could have had a chance to win the frame.
Well, he's got choices now. He'd love the blue into play. He could quite easily roll to the green and leave the snooker, but then the blue would still be out of commission. And he's 23 behind, so he really needs that blue into play.
Yeah. That was a clever shot, wasn't it? Very clever.
You say a clever shot, Ken. Looking at the way he's reacted, he might be able to see enough of this to clip the yellow in. It was a good idea to bring the blue into play, but he can see enough of this.
Oh.
Where's the pink? Is the pink going to come to the rescue? He's going to have to swerve this, I think. But the one, well, he's going to have to swerve it quite a bit. But if he does pot the yellow, the white is going to swing over towards the green. But it's not a straightforward swerve shot. He could follow it in as well. He's overdone it, swerved it too much. So yellow and green needed. As we show you the white spinning around the pink just too much.
Yeah, yellow will only put him 25 ahead with 25 remaining, so he will need the green. Wow. Get your cue out, Dennis. Make a comeback. Now, is he on the green?
2.
Being a left-hander. It's not too bad. Well, you can't stretch over, can he, as a left-hander? Possibly can.
Yep. 5.
Well, if Mark Allen pinches this frame, I bet he won't believe he's 2-1 in front, because Mark knows only too well that he should have lost all 3 of these frames. Joe just can't settle at the moment.
Nine.
He hasn't got into
40.
that. Now he's got a tricky shot, and he's got to hold it, and he's got to use the rest, and he's got to watch the in-off to the right corner. But if he pots the pink and he gets enough screw, it'll be an easy black, but it's tough. Played it well.
Thank you. 20.
Well, somehow Mark Allen has got himself into a 2-1 lead. Joe Perry, I don't blame him for leaving the arena. He's had so many chances, he just can't take them. Neither player has settled, but it's 2-1 to Mark Allen.
Well, let's chat to Stephen and John about what we've seen so far. Mark Allen has reached the business end of a couple of tournaments this year. Unfortunately, lost a couple of finals as well. Is he playing like a player who has reached finals?
At the moment, no, because the match is just strictly not taken off at all, has it? Joe Perry's missing lots of chances, looks nervy. Mark just looks like, as I said, mentioned before, just looks subdued, looks like he's just not hitting the ball at all. I hope John Higgins is on the school run today. That's all I can say. I hope he's gone out or took his wife shopping, because if he's watching this, he'll be thinking, how have I lost? Because Mark Allen the other day was unbelievable against John Higgins, and today hasn't turned up yet.
Stephen, what do you make of what's going on so far?
I don't know. It's hard to explain how two top players can play as badly. Every aspect of their game is just gone at the moment. Their positional play, their potting, they're just not able to basically do anything that they want to do.
Mark was a little bit upset as well. You may have seen him. He was talking to Brendan Moore, the referee. I think there's somebody in the audience there who's having a secret click away with a camera somewhere. So I think that's what he's doing. He's got a couple of security boys. There's one earlier when he's on this green. I think he stops and sees there's somebody over there. And
put your camera down, please.
I think someone's not turned his phone off.
I actually saw from this position, I actually saw the guy, and he was taking a shot of Mark Allen, and he apologised. He put his camera away. But I did notice that Brendan was also talking to security there, so he's obviously got a problem there, and something's bothering him.
Yeah, whether he's looking for something to bother him, I don't know.
Sometimes, I don't think it was a flash, but sometimes if you're focused on the match and what you're doing, concentrating properly, you don't notice anything. So it's obviously, you know, he's not concentrating properly. Neither player are on it, as it were. So yeah, you notice everything.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about Mark Allen, but also Joe Perry. You know, he looked so... I was saying to Dennis earlier, the thing that was so impressive in his performance against Ding Junhui is that he looked so composed the other night, and yet today it's not really working.
No, not at all. He looks nervy, and the worst part about this is a match that's there to be grabbed. One player just plays like he can do it. He could force clear, but at the moment it hasn't been happening.
I remember the winner this afternoon meets either Sean Murphy or Stephen Maguire in a semi-final tomorrow night. That quarter-final is coming up this evening. Back to Dennis and Ken.
Well, Ken, they both left the arena, come back in. Mark shakes his head. He couldn't even get a break-off shot. You know, whatever you do, don't hit that blue. I think this just shows people watching at home how difficult a game snooker is, because when you see these players just knocking break after break and winning frame after frame, it all looks so easy, and then all of a sudden another day and neither player can find the form. But that's a pretty good safety.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, you know, a couple of days the way Mark Allen played against John Higgins. As I said, 5 centuries in that match. Complete different player at the moment.
I think it's a bigger concern for Joe, because, you know, he's got to try and put it to the back of his mind. He knows he should have won all 3 frames so far.
Yeah, and it's a big opportunity for him as well. I mean, Mark Allen's been, you know, on the business end of a lot of tournaments, winner of many tournaments as well, whereas Joe hasn't. He's won a tournament out in Asia, his first professional tournament, but he's facing a multiple winner, you know, and so this is new territory here for Joe Perry, and as you said, then it's a great opportunity for him, and particularly the way his opponent is playing.
The red over the left corner is causing the problem here. That's why Joe's having to think long and hard, and already well coming here a minute and a half thinking time. It might be okay. I don't know if he can get through to that one that's over the pocket. He needed the white tight on the cushion. Well, clearly enough for him to get through to that one. So he was in a spot of bother there, was Joe. Now can Mark settle down. This is the 4th frame, the mid-session interval coming up. I think both players will head to the practice tables. Wouldn't be a bad thing for the black to go onto the blue spot here. And that's where it's going, because Mark's got an angle to pot this red and get nicely onto the black and get it back on its own spot. And with 3 or 4 loose reds, it's probably the best chance of the match so far.
$16. $17.
Nicely held. The red is closest to the cue ball. That pot's, of course, and maybe his next choice, and maybe even the 2 reds above that pot into the same pocket here.
$24.
You see from that angle the 2 reds clearly
25.
pot, so try and get on those two reds. And if you can't get on them, you certainly get on to the red to the left centre. A little bit straight on this black, not the perfect angle, so maybe pink.
$31. $32.
Still another, well, at least 4 reds available to Mark, so he doesn't have to think about any cannons.
Pink. Yeah. Okay. 38. $39.
Wouldn't it be ironic if he knocked a century break
46.
in after what's happened in the 3 previous frames? Well, commentators curse
Mark
again.
Allen,
I mean, he cued
46.
right across that. I mean, he suddenly got a rhythm going. He was looking good, and then he puts one like that in. Amazing. Very important part of this match coming up now. You can see Joe trying to get himself going, because if he can get to that mid-section interval all square,
8.
well, we'll just start again, won't we? But he's got an awful lot to do here.
9.
But it's a chance he wasn't expecting.
Yeah, he's coming around to have a look at the bottom red of the bunch of 5 there. May pot into the corner pocket. I think it does from that angle. You see it.
$16.
But to win this
70.
frame, he's got to go into the and dislodge those 4. They're tied up here. Chance here to open them up. It's not too bad.
$24. $25. $31. $32.
Doesn't have to play any cannons. The 2 that are together there will both be available.
Joe Perry, 32.
You just can't believe what you're saying here. It's just pure tension. I mean, how can you miss a shot like that? I've never seen Joe. I watched a lot of Joe Perry, and he's such a fluent player, and I've seen him miss balls here that I can't believe. He's just trying too hard.
Thank you. 1. 8.
Oh, he's 22 points ahead. He'll be doing his maths in his head. 2 reds, 2 high-value colours. He won't need that red. That's closest to the left-hand side cushion. And has he hit that cue ball enough
9.
to be on the pink? Maybe just about. Well, he wasn't in the middle of the pocket, and because of that, he's been quite fortunate. He's got the red into
50.
the yellow pocket. So just the black puts him 37 ahead, 35 on the table.
I think both players, Ken, will be heading straight to the practice room.
Yeah,
23.
I expect so, but Mark wants to really pot this red. He doesn't want to miss this and give Joe a chance. Yeah, that's frame over. And he'll be relieved, Mark Allen.
24.
Maybe pinching himself. He won't believe he's 3-1 ahead the way he's played.
30.
What's his first break over
Mark Allen.
30, is it,
30.
in this match so far?
And the frame.
Joe is conceding, so he said he's had enough. Going for a cup of tea and a bit of practice. And Mark Allen, a bemused Mark Allen, you would have to say, ponders off, but still leads Joe Perry by 3 frames to 1.
So Mark Allen leading by 3 frames to 1 at the mid-session interval, but you only have to look at his face. Not happy at all.
No, I think players, especially on a stage like this, the crowds have had, you want to play good snooker. You want to enjoy being out there. None of these players are enjoying it at the moment. They're just playing. I mean, it's incredible, some of the shots that's been missed and some of the bad positional shots have been played.
I saw you in the practice room earlier chatting to Terry Griffiths when Joe Perry was practicing.
Yeah.
Did he look nervous? Were there any signs of nerves?
Not at all. Very, very relaxed. You know, unusual that players would actually talk to me. I was never a talker when I was in the practice. I was getting ready, but yeah, very relaxed and just he was cueing really well. I mean, missed a pink there in the last frame. It's just, here we see it. I mean, this is just incredible for a professional at this standard to miss a shot like that. But I've been there, it happens. But it's just, you're surprised that it happens on such a big stage. You think both players would be really up for this and really focused for this match.
That's just one miss that we have shown you. I mean, we could spend the whole of the mid-session interval picking out various missed shots today, as opposed to the fantastic potting we saw from Ronnie O'Sullivan and Neil Robertson yesterday afternoon and evening.
Yeah, it's as I say, it's catching. Both players are sort of dragging each other down. It needs one player to maybe make a century break or something, just to spark the match into life. Dennis said they'll probably go to the practice table. They probably will. They need to get some sort of rhythm back. But I mean, it's surprised. Joe, obviously, his last match against Ding, perhaps because he was the underdog probably against Ding, he was more relaxed and was able to play better. Now maybe he sees Mark Allen as a slightly easier opponent, a chance to get to the semi-final, and maybe it's like maybe a rabbit caught in a headlight situation.
This time yesterday, we'd seen history being made, and also I think Ronnie O'Sullivan was an hour away from completing his match over Marco Fu. What a difference a day makes.
Yeah, absolutely. But listen, they all count. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Nobody will remember. You know, whoever wins this match, they won't care how badly they played. Fair enough, they won't be happy with their performance, but they'll be in the semi-final. They'll be delighted. Well,
I doubt if Steve Maguire or Sean Murphy will be quaking in their boots if they are watching. Let's look ahead then to this evening's quarter-final between these two. Scotland's Maguire, 4-time Masters semi-finalist, is preparing to meet Murphy for the 18th time. The Englishman leads the way in career wins, 10 wins to 7. Murphy winning the last 3 meetings, and Sean has been talking to John Parrott.
So, Sean, opening match 6-5 against Mark Selby. What was your take on it?
Do you know, I was sat there at 5-1 up thinking, oh, this is nice. This is a nice start to the new year. And then something happened, I can't remember, I missed an opportunity and he went 5-2. And I thought, oh, well, no panic yet. 5-4, I'm now full panic mode. And at 5-4, he knocked in a really good red, made a really good frame winning break. And of course, then it's 5 apiece. And Now I'm thinking, well, everyone in the room's happy except me. And I was just pleased that I had a chance. In fact, we had several chances each in the last frame. The last frame was a little bit scrappy, and of course that would normally play into his hands. But I made probably one of the best 40 breaks of my life, just to get over the line in the end. He carried on and played for snookers, but in the end I was relieved to get through.
Now that's to your credit that you kept in there hanging away, but I have to be honest with you, is getting over the line becoming a little bit of a problem?
Do you know, it looks that way, doesn't it? It actually does look like that. You know, I was 5-3 up against Marco Fu in the UKs and got beat, and I was 5-1 up in that match obviously and nearly lost. So I think it's one of those things where my style of play lends itself to matches like that and people coming back at you. You know, I've messed around with my game over the years of being very attacking, being a bit more defensive, and decided to go back to my attacking play. That means I take on a little bit more damage than some other cautious players. Selby, for instance, would get to 5-1 and probably win 6-2, 6-3 at worst, whereas I want to power across the line and want to win how I enjoy playing snooker.
Now, you are probably the person on the circuit who's embraced the circuit more than anybody. You've just played in everything, haven't you?
Do you know, when I was 8-year-old and took up snooker, I took up snooker because I loved it and I loved playing the game. And I didn't want to run the sport. I didn't want to get involved in the politics of it. I wanted to play snooker. I wanted to win snooker tournaments. And over the last 3 or 4 years, snooker's exploded around the world. And I'm a snooker player. What I do is play snooker. So if there's a tournament, I'll be in it.
Do you think that's why your form was outstanding in 2014? I mean, you had plenty of wins, you had roller maximum. Do you think that's it, because you've embraced it and played in everything?
I don't think there's anyone been born in any sport that plays very, very rarely and to a very high standard all the time. I think playing regularly, no matter what sport it is a massive part of it. I think you've got to practice as hard as you can between matches, and I think you've got to put yourself out there in the match arena and test yourself, and that's, for me, that's the only way of keeping sharp.
Now, not so long ago, and I think it was actually at the Masters, you know, even though you reached the semi-final, you weren't really enjoying the game, where you had a little crisis of confidence and you didn't look like you wanted to carry on playing. So what changed?
This time last year, having lost to Mark in the semi-finals, was the lowest moment of my entire professional career, where I seriously gave some thought to going off and doing something else. And I had a real choice to make. You know, am I going to give up and become a statistic, or will I choose to fight and go back to what I know best, which was hours and hours and hours in the club practicing? And that's what I chose to do.
Now, do you think, after all the trials and tribulations and the work you've put in 2014, are you as good a player now as you've ever been?
As far as a snooker player and a complete player is concerned, I sit here now the best I've ever been. You know, I won the world title 10 years ago, the UK Championships and some other events, of course, but my game as a whole has never been in the shape that it's in today. Will that translate into more titles and more majors? I'd like to think so, but from my own point of view, I'm definitely the best I've ever been.
Now, this tournament is the one that's eluded you so far. You've won a world, you've won a UK, but that elusive Triple Crown, this is the one to finish it off. What would it mean to you to win this event?
Winning this event would be absolutely the cream on my cake. It would be the crowning moment of my career, because there's not many players won all three, and you know, I've watched the players like Robertson, Mark Selby, Ding, players who a few years ago I was on a very similar level to, and over the last few years they've left me in the distance a little bit with victories, including this event. And so I would like to, at some stage in my career, put this tournament to bed and join the likes of your Selbys and Robertsons.
Okay, so you've got a quarter-final match against Stephen Maguire, who had a great victory against Judd Trump. What does Stephen Maguire bring to the table?
Well, I think Stephen is, you know, he's such a gritty, determined player to play against. And he's also one of the few players that can beat anybody, even when they're not playing at their best. What he's got in sackloads is so much determination. He won't go away, and I'll have to play somewhere near my best to have a chance of winning.
So you just got engaged. When and how did that happen?
Well, my fiancée is Irish, so we were over at her family home in Ireland for Christmas and New Year. I went with the intent of doing it. I mentioned it to a couple of her mates. You know, I did the traditional thing, asked her father if it was okay. I'm still waiting for his answer. And I just decided, we went out for a nice meal. I thought this is a really good time to do it. And yeah, I was on my knee in front of the restaurant, in front of everybody. Really nervous, probably the most nervous I've ever been. Unfortunately, she said yes. Don't know what she's got herself involved in.
Listen, you do realise, by the way, you'll be given a grey hair if you keep playing 6-5 matches.
Well, it's the first time she's been to a match. She's never been to a tournament before, and at the interval at 3-1, she was dead happy. Everyone's, you know, coffees are nice, everything's going well, no problems. 5-all, she didn't look so chilled out in the crowd. Neither was I.
She'll learn. Good luck, mate.
Cheers, thanks.
Many congratulations to them. We wish them all the best. You know, I love listening to Shaun Murphy in the build-up to a tournament or during a tournament because there's so much fighting talk and so much promise, and yet he fails to deliver. Why is that?
Yeah, as we say there, he talks so well. He talks, you know, a really good game. He explains everything. But yeah, in the sort of big tournaments in the last 5, 6, 7 years, he's been sort of all style, no substance, if you like. It's like he's too nice a guy almost. He needs to get that sort of edge, that nasty edge, to maybe you know, win more titles. As he said, the likes of Selby, Robertson have left him behind.
And he's absolutely right when he says that Ding and Neil Robertson, they were at an even keel at one stage in their careers, but they've pushed on and Shaun Murphy hasn't.
Yeah, he was talked about in the same breath as these players. Every tournament is one of the favourites. He's been left behind. He's sort of the sort of next level when people talk about who's going to win the tournaments, the big ones. So yeah, as I say, maybe he needs to get a nastier edge to himself, and just he's here to do a job. He's here to win the tournament, not to be, you know, the nice guy that speaks to everybody. You know, I never spoke to anybody. You know, you're there to do a job. You're there to win the tournament, and you know, after you win it, then you can have a good time.
Yeah. So lose the personality, get on with winning the majors.
Absolutely.
Yeah. As for Stephen Maguire, the last big title he won was the 2013 Welsh Open in Newport. Do you fancy him to go all the way and possibly push Neil Robertson or Ronnie O'Sullivan?
I think he's one of the foreign players. He lost in the semis the UK. He ran Judd Trump very close in the end. He won a PTC event just before Christmas. And he's coming to this on good form. And after like maybe 2 or 3 months ago saying he might be thinking about retiring, so he's back on form, and he's certainly on his day. He's not frightened of anybody.
Well, I saw him here just a few nights ago, so he's putting the practice in as well, putting in the hard yards.
Yeah, he always has been a good practicer, Stephen. You know, I used to play him obviously when he was first starting to play snooker, and he's never been frightened to put in the work in.
OK, Stephen, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. It is time now then for a Masters class. Let's join John Parrott.
Yes, today's masterclass. I'm going to begin with something that Dennis Taylor said on the commentary. Just picked up off what Dennis said. He said Joe wasn't getting through the ball today. So what do we want to do with that? Well, we're going to show you in a little minute. If you remember in the old days, if you saw the old black and white photographs, you used to see people like Joe Davis used to play with a very straight left arm. Well, if you have a look at this VT we've got of Mark Allen, if you just have a look at his front arm, yes, he's left hand, but look how there's a slight bend in it. There's a kink in his left arm. And we're going to explain why he has that and why it's beneficial for you to get through the ball. So the cue ball, we just put this on the balk line as an example. Okay, now if I set up, as I would normally, hold the cue round about there, and I have a straight left arm, I'll put the tip up to the balk line. Just watch with a straight left arm how little I can get through the ball, past that cue ball, with a straight left arm, my backhand it to my chest, and I've only gone through, what, maybe 2 or 3 inches? Not much at all. So you're not going to have any momentum on the cue ball. Now watch the difference. If you get your elbow, the pads on your hands and your fingers on the bed of the cloth all at once, and Steve Davis has got one of the most pronounced front elbows that are bent, watch this. The tip is up to the cue ball. I've bent it. I've now got that elbow on the table. I can still get the cue through the ball, but before I hit my chest, look how far the tip has gone through the white. You can see that it must be 6 to 8 inches, so you've over doubled what you can do. And all the top players will have that little kink or bend in elbow. They can now get through the ball, and all the long shots over the distance of ground, you're going to be able to get the work on the cue ball. Thank you to Carl Poulton. He said, when potting a ball, should your eyes be focused on the cue ball or the object ball? Well, it's a good question, and I ask it many times. We'll just whiz round here and give you an idea. Think of it, Carl, if you were an archer and you were firing a bow, obviously you'd be looking at the target. If you were throwing a dart, you'd be looking at the treble 20. It's the same thing here. What I do with my timing is come down, I have 2 or 3 waggles. My eyes have looked at the cue ball, I'm happy where I'm lined up. My eyes are on the red, I come back, check the cue ball again, and as I come back and pause, my eyes are now on the red, bang, and in it goes. So you should be looking at the object ball when you come to playing that shot. We've also got one from John Makem here. Thanks for that, John. I watch all the snooker on BBC, and many times you hear the importance of having a pause at the end of your backswing when cueing. Dennis Taylor has often said you have to have this to cue consistently well. Is this the case? Well, once again, we've got a little bit of footage for you. Joe Perry's playing today. He's probably got the most pronounced cue action with a pause in it on the circuit. Just watch this. So this is actually linked to the previous email. Why is there a pause in the cue action? It's simply for your timing to get your eyes onto the object ball. So I would walk in yet again, same timing, check through all the procedure, I come back and pause, and you can actually stay there all day. You don't have to be in a hurry to hit it. Joe's is very pronounced, that's even more so, and then you can still deliver the cue. And the final one, thank you from Stephen Hills. I understand how to play a drag shot, but I can't see the benefit of it over just playing a shot slow. I'm sure there's a good reason. Can someone explain? Well, Stephen, the reason for the drag shot is you can play a positive strike on the ball just below the centre of it. What will happen with it? It'll start off having backspin on it. 2/3 of the way down there, it should reverse into topspin. It stays on a straighter line, and you get a bit more confidence. You can play in a lot of tables where it mightn't be so good, it might be rolling off slightly, but if you play it in the drag position like this, you can play it a lot firmer. When it gets to the object ball, it dies, and you should be able to keep position. So down there, somewhere like that, should be starting to die now. I'm back up and on the black, and I'm coming out of retirement.
John, thank you very much indeed, and thank you to everybody at home who's contacted us via BBC Sport and also via social media at BBC Snooker, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us, and also email. All the details are on the screen throughout the afternoon. Got a very good question here from Dave Chapman. He's been watching today's match very closely. He wants to know from you, Stephen, if you look at the second shot that Joe Perry played on the pink in frame one, he thinks that this is a push shot. What do you say?
It's obviously not, but the referee would have seen it. Joe would have admitted to it. If you see, it looks like a push, but that's basically just Joe's natural follow through the cue, following the cue ball once he's struck it. But all snooker players, when you're under that scrutiny, they would admit to that.
Well spotted, Dave, but it's obviously then what happens afterwards then. It's the way and the force of the shot. Is that what's caught Dave's eye?
Yeah, I think, and the fact that he's played topspin in the white, it sort of exaggerated the way the cues follow through. Normally you'd play bottom of the white and just sort of jab it a little bit.
OK, thank you very much for now. Thank you, Dave. Keep them coming at BBC Snooker via social media and also via the email. Quick look ahead to tomorrow on the BBC. Lots of great football around. Football Focus with Dan Walker tomorrow, 10 o'clock, BBC 12:10, BBC One. And then later in the day, Gary Lineker will be hosting Match of the Day tomorrow, 10:25. And, of course, Final Score will be available via the red button from 2:30 and on BBC One later in the afternoon. Right, let's now return to this afternoon's quarter-final. It's Mark Allen taking on Joe Perry at the mid-session interval. It's 3-1 to Mark Allen, and he really fancies his chances in this tournament.
Technical.
Unusually, Mark Allen lines up over his outside eye, in this case his left. But he still feels the need to put his chin on the cue. This looks awkward, but it's only aesthetically.
He has a very short final pullback before delivery. This makes for great control at the top of the table, and he's also usually quick off the mark in a match. He has great reflexes, so he is still able to generate a great deal of power when needed.
His grip is highly unorthodox. It seems like the butt of the cue could possibly fall out of his hand, but a loose grip is preferable to a white-knuckled one.
Tactical.
When it comes to break building, his compact delivery of the cue equates to a very consistent judgment of the pace of the cue ball. As a result, he rarely loses position when the reds are open but covering each other.
Like all the top players, his safety is good, but he doesn't particularly enjoy playing it, and sometimes that can lead to a lack of patience just when he needs it.
Psychological. Mark's a fiery character both on and off the table. Whether it's shot selection or knowing when to offer his opinion, he could sometimes do with taking a deep breath before he cuts loose.
His concentration sometimes wanders, particularly against the players who try to slow the match down. If he wants to win more, he needs to keep his focus.
In 8 World Championship appearances, he has managed 2 quarter-finals and 1 semi-final. He never appears to be nervous in the big matches, but his record suggests he could do better.
So here come the players then. Mark Allen leads Joe Perry by 3 frames to 1. Still not looking very happy, Mark Allen. And Stephen Hendry, listening to Steve Davis there, maybe that's what's happening in this match, where Steve says that sometimes his concentration wanders. Is that what you've seen today?
I don't think he's even started to concentrate today, to be fair. For even to wonder, it's not even been there yet.
Thank you very much. So let's join our commentators, Dennis Taylor and Ken Doherty.
Thank you, Jason. Both players were in the practice area, trying to get their cue action going. Mark Allen, well, he couldn't believe he was leading 3-1, but that's the scoreline, and we start again. But sometimes the mid-session interval can change things all around. Let's hope that both players start to produce the form that they did in the previous round. Great win against Ding Junhui for Joe.
Playing the aggressive safety shot here. Opening up the pack. It's pretty good.
Pretty good shot there, but he had to disturb the black. There was no other shot available to him, and it's just dropped in the back of the bunch there. So might still be available there. That's what he's looking at. Just no easy safety return. Just looking at that. Might be able to get down off the red that's to the right of the bunch there, the one closest to the pack of reds, but he'd go close to going in off, so he'd have to be a bit careful. But I think he can get back down. He might be able to take the one that's nearest the pocket also. He's hit that far too thick. Now, I said the black might possibly pot. I think the pink will be available. Joe's got a starter here. He's coming around to see if the black might just pot. No, the pink will go into the left middle pocket.
Yeah, it'd be ideal if the black would pot, because if he can pot this and just stun the cue ball just a few inches down and leave himself on the black. Well, obviously it doesn't pot, so
1.
Bit straight on the blue, so you can only just stun it in. Pull the cue ball back a couple of inches and take the loose one to the left of the pack, but really needs a good angle from his next red. It's imperative here now. He gets top side of the blue.
6.
short. One last chance. He can take the red and balk and try and get on the blue or the ball colours from his next red, but he's running out of opportunities here. Doesn't want to be straight on this red. He's okay. He's got a nice angle.
12.
In fact, it's gone just a little bit too far, just slightly awkward bridging. And he's a little straight on the blue. He might have to play for the one near the cushion now. He was looking for an angle to go straight into the pink there, but hasn't quite got it, as you can see. But I mean, he could power it into the reds off a couple of cushions, but he's got that loose red. He's gone for the power shot. He needs a little bit of luck, and he's got it. Well played.
18.
Very good shot played with lots of topspin and left-hand side. Bit unlucky not to develop the pink or black also there.
19.
But he can do what he wants now with the angle he has on the blue. He could play the cannon and possibly bring reds into play, and might even bring the pink and black into play. Same shot a little harder would have.
Why did he hit it so slowly? He could have hit that any amount of power he wished there to bring both pink and black into play, as you said, Dennis.
Well, that's a good shot. That's a good recovery. And the pink, in a few shots' time, is available into the left corner. If he can get on that red to the right of the pink spot in a few shots' time, this is turning into quite a good opportunity here.
Yeah, red left or right of the pink spot will be his choice here. Possibly the one just to the right of the pink spot. It's open into this bottom right-hand corner pocket. And when he stuns this in, he'll take the pink into the left corner. If he's nice and straight on this red, I'm sure he can hold for the pink into the left corner. There you see it.
Yeah, this will definitely open things up.
31.
So as I said, the mid-session interval sometimes can change things around, and he's looking a little bit more confident here as Joe.
$37. 38. $43.
Got a slight angle to work with here.
$44.
Screwed that one back far enough. Some poor positional shots from Joe there. You can tell the way he's chalking the tip there that he's a little annoyed with himself. It was the shot previous. He didn't get on the red as he intended and just left this one quite a bit short to leave an easy pink to the middle to hold for the reds. He's now going to have to take the much more difficult pink. He's going to take it up into the corner. Well, as he changed his mind, he was looking at the corner. So back to the middle pocket. the reason he thought about the corner was he knew he could
50.
Keep close to the reds, but that was a much easier pot. But medium length pot coming up. If he pots the red, position will be guaranteed. But he hasn't potted
Joe
the red.
Perry 50.
And with the reds as they are, every chance that Mark Allen could get right back into this fifth frame.
One. Seven. Mark Allen 7.
Well, he tried to hold for the black because he knew if he got on the black there it would free those three reds up. Just playing a delicate little one, and that's a bad miss also.
One.
So Mark has let that chance slip away.
Yeah, really wanted that second red to stay a lot closer to the pocket.
Yeah, you may have seen a little moth flying around there. I think when the darts was on, there was a couple of bees around Ken. In fact, one of the players, I think, got stung. So it's a strange time of the year for bees to be out. Just holding the spot there. Blue will go on to the black spot, which makes the next positional shot a little easier.
Seven.
Just the blue and one more red. A quick glance round at the scoreboard from Joe, and the frame will be safe.
Twelve.
Missed it by a long way.
Joe Perry 12.
Yeah, there's no pressure on that one, really. Okay, he didn't get on the red as he would have liked, but he just had to roll that in. I mean, he wasn't playing to get on a colour. He knew that would leave Mark needing a snooker, but 55 behind with still possible 55 on the table. One good safety here. Mark's far from out of this frame. He's hit that too thin.
Foul. Joe Perry 4.
he hit that too hard and he fouled the brown, I think it was. Brendan Moore had spotted it, but immediately Mark stood up and pointed. You can see the cue must have just caught the brown. Yeah, man.
It makes a bit of a difference, that 4 points as well, because now Mark Allen will need 4 reds, 4 blacks and all the colours just to tie. He's in a bit of a predicament here. Pretty good shot from there. Covered both reds in the balk area.
Yeah, that's a pretty good shot from Joe. He sent that red up the left, the brown, out of commission at the moment. That was a pretty good effort. Look what the cue ball was. He'd have been on the black. It was a sort of a free shot, but with needing the 4 reds and 4 blacks and all the colours to tie, as Ken said, highly unlikely he's going to get a good chance the way the reds are all up the other end of the table. He's a bit concerned if he tries to screw in behind the black that he'd send that down the table and then back up again. Well, in the end, decided to try and pot it. This is a bit of a chance.
One.
And this is the first of the blacks. He's somehow got to get on a red in such a way that he can play up for the black again. So he could do with the white down somewhere near where the green is. And even then the yellow slightly in the way if he gets on that one to get back up to the black. But anywhere near the green wouldn't be all that bad. Now, what sort of angle has he got on this one near the yellow? If he can screw it back without going into the middle pocket, he might be able to get to the black. All depends on the angle. That's what he's looking at. See, if he screws it back, he might screw it straight into the middle pocket.
Yeah, it might even be a bad idea here, Dennis, just to take the blue. He'll need a snooker, but with the red position beside the brown, if he does get a chance, he could take the pink here. He'll need 1 snooker, but
9.
If you can take a high value colour with the second last red and leave it, you know, thinking a few shots ahead here, but the red beside the brown is in a perfect position for snookers.
Yeah, he did try to get to the black there, but it was asking a lot. But as you say, Ken, it just means taking the pink that he will need a snooker.
You see it 44 behind now. So
15.
Even if he took a red and blue here, tried to lay a snooker on that last red, as I said. Red and pink will do as well.
16.
Now he needs to get this cue ball in or around the green spot, in a sort of an area around the green spot. He can stun the red up the table and white behind the brown. You've got to pot the pink first.
Mark Allen, 60.
Oh, believe it or not, that was a golden opportunity that Mark had, but it's gone now. Because if he had have potted the pink and got in behind the brown, it would have been a very difficult snooker to get out of, as we might see, because Joe's going to play to put the white in behind the brown.
Thanks.
A big groan from Joe because he knew he didn't hit that hard enough. If he doesn't get that little cannon there, Ken, it was going to be a tough one to escape from, wasn't it?
Years of practice, those ones.
I think you can see enough of this to just roll it into the middle pocket, hopefully. Maybe not. Couldn't see enough to take it to the middle. Two 4-point snookers needed just to tie. I mean, Joe Perry against Ding Junhui needed 3 snookers on the green, and Ding missed escaping from a snooker, hit the black, so that was virtually like 2 snookers, and he went on to pinch that frame.
Yeah, stranger things have happened, and well, with the line of the yellow, green and blue, it's a big target. Good attempt, but straightforward swerve, cushion. Hitting the red. Well, I wonder, can he try and stun the cue ball in behind the blue here and knock the red back up into balk? It's a risky one because the red will be going close to the black, but it's possibility. Didn't like it.
Mark will stay in his seat regardless of what happens now. He was looking good at the start of this frame, had that break of 50 and then missed a fairly comfortable pot. Give Mark a chance, but Mark didn't take it, and he'll be feeling a little bit better, will Joe Perry. Because before the mid-session interval, he was looking very uncomfortable out there.
$60. $21.
He's not going to bother
the black.
27.
Joe will be a little bit more relaxed now. It was that earlier break of 50 that paved the way for the frame, and Joe is now just one behind. It's 3-2 to Mark Allen.
And that break of 50 is the highest break of the match so far, which, John, tells its own story.
Yeah, haven't been firing. He missed a big chance there. OK, he needed a snooker there, Mark Allen, but the other day against John Higgins, he nicked 2 frames he shouldn't have won. I thought to miss the pink off the spot there, just coming up, and it was perfect angle. Stood off the red right behind the brown. It was a massive chance to get one there.
They're still not looking happy, are they, either player?
No, again, Joe needed at least a couple of bites at the cherry there to get the frame won. So yeah, it's I mean, the way that they're playing, to be honest, you can't see them winning a frame in one visit at the moment. So it looks like it's going to be this type of match, till the end.
Do you get the feeling, John, that that's exactly what Joe Perry needs, that someone's got to break out in a moment and kind of run clear in this match?
Well, this is just up for the winning. I mean, they're playing the quarter-final of the Masters. They both had tough matches to get through. Joe's knocked out Ding. Mark Allen's come through a classic with John Higgins. Massive chance to get through to a semi-final, and neither of them are really playing. I mean, this is a huge day in your career as a snooker player.
Maybe that's what it is, Stephen. They've both played so well in their first round matches that they come here today and maybe they can't emulate their performances from midweek.
Yeah, sometimes obviously if you play really well in one match, your expectations you'll grow and you expect to play the same again, and it doesn't quite come off. But it's just all about getting to 6 now. I mean, I think both players have realised they're not playing well, and it's just about thinking, right, I'm just going to get to 6 frames and get this match won, get in the semi-final.
The object of the exercise is win. I mean, sometimes it's lovely and it's all going your way and the ball's open and you put everything you look at, but today doesn't appear to be one of those days, so just get to 6.
Mark Allen was telling me earlier in the week, we had a good sit-down chat earlier, and he was saying that when he gets to this stage of the tournament, he has to somehow maintain that concentration because he's been in a couple of finals this year and lost a few, and he said he's got this new fitness regime which is hoping to push him over the line. But at the moment, he doesn't look like a player who's living up to that hype of saying, I can win this tournament.
No, at the moment he's not playing well enough, is he? But take the point from earlier that you mentioned. Sometimes after he's involved in an absolutely fantastic match, and then going back to work a couple of days later or the day later can be difficult to do sometimes. But you have to put that aside, and that's what Stephen do. The great champions do. You've had one go, but that match is gone. Today's the important one. Whatever way you can do it, get over the line.
Yeah, I don't know. You said it in a light-hearted mode, but John Higgins and Ding Junhui will be, if they are watching, they'll be absolutely kicking themselves, won't they?
There's nothing worse when you lose a classic match and you've played really well, and then see the guy that's beating you play the next match and can't put a ball. There's nothing worse.
Did you ever do that? Did you ever watch if you'd been knocked out?
Oh, I was always walking the dog or taking the kids out, so I couldn't. And then your mate phones you up and goes, "How did he beat you?"
Thank you for your questions, by the way, at BBC Snooker. We've had one from one of our viewers, Ken Doherty. He wants to know where you get your fancy scarves from.
It's my granny's, actually. Anyway, maybe that frame will kickstart Joe Perry and maybe kickstart this match into life, because at the moment it hasn't really started, Dennis.
Well, that shot that Joe's just played is not going to kickstart this frame because it's put the black out of commission. Bit of a chance here for Mark Allen, but he hasn't cued well, Mark, it has to be said, and this could turn out to be a bit of a scrappy frame now. Both players will hate to see that black going on the side cushion. Well, I don't know about this shot. That's, I'm sure he could have done something with the red up the other end there. They're going to go for a re-rack, I think. Yeah, don't blame them for that with the black going out of commission. They had a quick look at each other and they thought, this is going to be a messy frame, let's start again. And I'm pleased they have done, because, as I said, the safety shot that Joe played sent the black onto the side cushion, and well, Joe came back after the mid-session interval and then left after the first frame, so he's still looking for something just to get his confidence up, but he's only one behind now, so it's a whole new ball game. And I think at the moment it's such a big day, as the boys said in the studio, in their career. They're just both trying that little bit too hard at the moment. Mark is twice ranking event winner. Well, 2
Frame
World
6.
Opens he's won,
Mark
and
Allen.
another ranking event besides. Not the best, and one good long pot, and if you can get nicely on the black, it's a great chance. There's 5 or 6 reds available there.
One.
Yeah, good cueing there.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, this is the sort of chance you want. I mean, some of the frames, the black's been tied up, the reds have been blocking it into both corners, but it's in the open this time. Have to go up for the blue, but nothing wrong with that. In fact, if he gets nicely on the blue, he can then go into
60.
the pink and reds. Yeah.
70.
Key shot coming up. If he can cannon that pink full ball with plenty of pace, he can bring quite a few into play. And maybe the pink also. Well, that looks a little bit unlucky at first glance.
22.
I mean, he's hit it very well indeed. Okay, he didn't hit the pink full ball, but he's sending reds towards the corner. He's opened the others up, and they're all blocking each other. It's amazing. He's put everything into the plant
23.
and he hasn't hit it hard enough. It wasn't an easy plant. He had to judge it correctly and just forgot about the cue ball, and it's come up short. He's somehow got to hide that red that's near the left corner, so if he plays off the brown, he's going to have to do it with the green or the blue to snooker him in that red.
Brown ball.
That should...
Mark Allen,
or it
23.
may have gone a bit too far. I think he's left it just looking at Mark hanging his head. He's left the red. Is there just enough there?
Well, if there's not enough, it's a slight swerve. Yeah, he's just digging down on the cue ball slightly. Oh, he sort of miscued that, did he? Came right across it. Didn't get the swerving anyway.
I think he got so much side on it, it threw it right out, and it was never going to get back. Just have a look at this. Watch the white as it goes to the right as we look at it. And it's never going to get back. Got a bit of swerve, but not that easy to judge those shots.
I'm surprised he hit it so hard, because the harder you hit it, the less swerve you actually get on the ball. You hit down a little bit softer. The swerve, there's more time to catch on, but he's been a little bit fortunate. So he does a little bit of repair work to his tip. Maybe didn't get the right connection on his tip there. But he's covered this red.
Let's have a wee look at what Mark's looking at. Nothing very inviting there. Well, Joe, what a chance.
One.
Well, that was an attempt at a pot.
Six. Seven. $14. $15.
Nicely judged. Get the top side of the blue and plenty of reds to go at here.
$20. $21. $26.
When he pots this red, the red just below it, and will pot now as well. So
27.
it's a good chance here for Joe Perry. Not quite sure what he did at the interval. We saw Mark Allen going into the practice room, Dennis. But not quite sure what Joe Perry, didn't see him in there.
34.
Maybe he just had a little chat with Terry Griffiths.
35.
Well, to be honest, he could have won all the 5 frames that have been played, and he's on his way with a chance
42.
to win this one, because Mark Allen just hasn't got going at all today. I expected him to come out after the way he played against John Higgins and continue, but it hasn't been the case.
$43.
Yeah, I think the top red of those two that are close together will pot into this bottom left-hand corner pocket, so he doesn't have to play the cannon.
You could see where he was striking there to get the screw, to make sure he didn't cannon them. Right down at the bottom of the ball he was striking there.
51.
He does address the cue ball quite low, doesn't he?
And you can see where he's hitting it here, right down on the bottom.
.35 ahead. Red, possibly blue here, and then go up for the red and balk.
59.
I think this might spark Mark Allen into playing well as well, because Joe's now starting to cue nicely, and sometimes that does spur you on a little bit.
.64. .65. .68.
3 snookers needed at the moment. Be interesting to see if Mark Allen carries on. He's thinking about it.
Joe Perry, 68.
He is coming to the table, but barring no snookers, Joe Perry's going to draw level at 3 frames all. The yellow and brown are in a good position. He's found the gap.
Frame conceded. Frame.
Yeah, he's had enough. 3 snookers with just too much. So the mid-session interval certainly has changed things around, and Joe Perry has taken the 2 frames, and he's all square at 3 frames all. And he's playing a little better, is Joe, but Mark Allen, well, he got in first after the re-rack there, and I thought Mark was going to go on and make a frame-winning break. He was unlucky when he split the reds, and he had to concentrate on the plant here, and he thought automatically I'll be on the black. He put everything into the plant here, Ken, and then just forgot to hit it.
Yeah, you would have to say a little bit careless. I mean, he could have played it a lot harder and even gone up for blue. Definitely would have been on the blue or even a ball colour, but it was a little bit tricky trying to judge the pace of it off the cushion, but it was a chance for him, and he hasn't really got going at all. I know he was 3-1 up at the end of all, but you know, he hasn't been himself, and it's amazing from one day to the next, Dennis, a difference in his play. He played fantastically well against John Higgins. 5 centuries, as I said, in that match, and to play the way he's playing today, it must be very frustrating for him.
Yeah, I mean, his wife arrived at the hotel this morning, and his brother and partner, and you know, he's all comfortable, looking forward to the match, and it hasn't happened. But as I say, it might just spark him into a bit of form now that Joe's got level.
Thank you. Frame 7. Joe Perry to break.
Wouldn't these players love to get their hands on that beautiful trophy there? A Waterford crystal. It's a gem. Started out the best of 11, and we're now down to the best of 5 to see who goes through to the semi-final. Yeah, there's Kevin Kelly there that follows Jimmy White. He's his road manager, stroke bodyguard. But look where he's pushed the red. He needs the brown to come to his rescue, and it's not.
Well, he tried to hold for the black into the right corner pocket. Just too hard. Didn't get into the cue ball enough. Got to be careful here. He could try and hit a ball colour, but because he's actually on the black, it'll be called a miss.
What's he going to need to? He needs everything that's underneath that table. He's going to need the extension on the spider, an extension on the cue, and a pair of step ladders might come in handy as well here.
I think he's going to need an extension on the extension, Dennis.
He's not going to play much here. He's just going to just roll it through. But look where he's got the bridge. I mean, it's so difficult to see when you're that far away.
No chance of you and I able to play this shot, that's for sure.
Wow, look at that. He did say green and that said black, yeah. Of course he's playing the black. That was nice to hear. No, he did get back down the table, so he did well there. And listen, where's this going to finish? Not a snooker, but he did well. Just hit it a little too hard in the end, but that was awkward.
Joe Perry won.
Yeah, he's such an attacking player, but we know he's not cueing that well, Mark. But he's still going for them, but a little bit of safety in mind also there. Was a game of bowls that put that little spray on it there for a toucher. He's looking at a way on the red that's near the cushion behind the black spot. But even then, if he lands on that, he'd have to just nestle on it, otherwise he could push it into a potable position. I think he can go twice across the table, but there's an element of risk to that, but may have to try it. If he went twice across the table and landed on that. But the thing is, if he hit it too hard, could put it into a potable position. That's why he's trying to think about nestling on the one on the left side.
Just looking if he got the extension out, Dennis, and maybe went into the ball cushion, right-hand side cushion, and tried to nestle into the reds just beside the pink as well.
I still think this one, if he gets it right, might be the shot.
Yeah, good shot. Very good. It was all about the pace as well, wasn't it? As you rightly said, it could have knocked that red into a potable position. Yeah, anywhere up the left-hand side of the table behind the yellow here would be pretty good. As long as he doesn't leave an edge on the right-hand side, and I think that's pretty good.
Wow, what a fluke. He's played the pot of red into the left corner and one disappeared into the right corner. So he's trying to make things happen here, Mark Allen, but he's dropped on the yellow in such a way he can get back up to the reds. Boy, if this goes in. Well, that's amazing. That opening pot, he played a red into the left corner and one disappeared into the right.
3.
Have a look at this. He's attempting to cut that in past the black, and all of a sudden a series of little cannons and the red disappears.
Four.
Is that the fluke that's going to kickstart Mark Allen?
Six. 7.
He could do with getting on the red that's on the black spot or near the black spot, and then he could play onto the black and would open things up. He might even attempt it here. He doesn't have to. I think he just wants to keep knocking balls in at the moment, but he wouldn't want to be playing on the black until he removes that red.
11.
It'll have to be the red that's to the left of the pink, I think, because he hasn't got enough angle to play for the one that's near the black spot.
Yeah, if he plays for the one just to the left of the pink, gets back for the blue and leaves a nice angle, but I'm not quite sure he got a bad contact there. He jumped up a little bit when he hit the blue.
Yeah, he's a little unlucky. He had enough
16.
angle to play for the one that I mentioned, and the heavy contact has left it near the cushion.
Looks pretty straight on this red. Has he got enough angle to get back out for the black? It's slight angle. If he puts it into the left-hand side of the pocket as we look, it may get the cue ball around for the black. Yeah, he's done that, and he's played it. Oh, has it run out? Oh, wow.
17.
That's amazing. Just ran that couple of centimeters too far.
They're so lively, these cloths, and that white just kept on going, and now he's left with a really awkward one. Because to hit the left side of the black as we look at it, he'd need the extended spider and extensions and all sorts. So. Not
Mark
bad
Allen,
from that
7.
position.
be quiet with those carrier bags, please.
Well, we've gone from mobile phones to carrier bags now. Keep your carrier bag quiet.
It's either a carrier bag or a big bag of crisps.
Is there a gap through to this red? Surely not. Well, there is. There's plenty of room because he hit it too thin in the end. Well, I've never seen Mark miss so many pots by such a wide margin. He just cannot settle for some reason.
One.
I mean, it wasn't an easy pot, but look where the red hit. I think what happens out there, Ken, is you're trying so hard, you want to produce your snooker. You've got a packed audience here, people at home, you just want to show what you can do, and it becomes a little bit embarrassing when you keep missing, and you start trying even harder.
Yeah. We've all been there. I know what it's like. It's the greatest place in the world, of course, when you're playing well and everything is going in, but when you're struggling, sometimes you get a bit embarrassed and you just want to get out of there, you know. But if ever Joe Perry had a chance, it's his first match that he won the other day in the Masters, 7 attempts. Well, what a chance for him to go further. Well, it looks like it's run on a little bit.
10.
Big shot. If he attempts it, I'm not quite sure what he's going to. Or is he on it, Dennis?
I don't think he's on it. He was getting down as if he was going to take the pot on, but I don't think he can get past the pink to pot that. No, that's very tight. Well, he feels that he can see enough of it.
He'll be able to flick it in with a bit of side, can he? He's going to need a little bit of right-hand side on this.
Foul and a miss.
Well, you know, it just didn't look on to me. It's amazing.
Joe Perry, 10.
He got down straight away and then suddenly he thought, I don't think I can see enough of this. And then he's trying to convince himself he can. Now, he might have played with a little touch aside, but finished up hitting the pink. But really, in one respect, he's been lucky to tie the black up there, because once he hit the pink, he should have left a whole table on.
One.
Because the black was knocked safe, it's made it awkward for Mark Allen.
Seven.
Big round of applause, but how did he get round the back of the yellow? That wasn't his intention, but he'll take it.
Eight.
You got to just keep, as Cliff Thorburn would say, you got to keep grinding away, and things will turn around eventually.
$14.
It's scary at the moment. You're looking at a player here who's quite capable of going on to become world champion, but at the moment everything's a struggle. You know, he was hampered slightly there.
One.
I mean, we usually talk about the players being up in the 90s, but have a look at that, 79% and 82. Neil Robertson was at 98% and 97% in his match against Ali Carter.
6. Seven.
Got a lot of work to do here, though.
Yep.
And he hasn't quite got through that one. Don't know whether he got a slightly heavy contact. And look at the highest breaks. 68 from Joe, 46 from Mark.
13.
Who, when he defeated John Higgins, I mean, John made 3 centuries in a 96, and Mark Allen 164, knocking in all sorts of breaks.
Just come too far for the blue to try and dislodge the red beside the black, so I'll have to take green.
Joe Perry, 14.
Well, because he missed the green by so much, he didn't go near the red and black, and he's been fortunate.
Well, I don't know what to say, Ken. Has somebody been out in the middle of the night and moved the pockets? But as John Parrott was saying in the studio, it's all about getting to 6, and it doesn't matter how you get there, you know. I thought after the interval it would really take off this match. I mean, Joe, I suppose, had breaks of 50 and 68, so he's starting to cue much better.
Yeah, it's been quite surprising.
Got to be careful you don't leave this red, because with the red next to the black, if you were to pot this and get a snooker, say, in behind the brown, how tough would that be to get out of?
Yeah, Joe just having a look to see when he hits this red, will the pink go over and disturb the red and black? I don't think it will.
Yeah, there's only the blue now left on its own spot, so it's a little bit of a messy table here. That's a pretty good shot from Mark there. I wonder, does this red pass the black and red? Must be very tight. Oh, there's plenty of room. Listen, if he could get an angle on the blue, I mean, it's not a full pocket, but there's enough room. But if he could get this on an angle on the blue, he could bring that last red into play. Good shot, very good shot. But now he can do, as I mentioned, thought he might try to get on the blue, but tied up behind the brown is going to be tough to escape from. The tighter the better.
Mark Allen 1.
Well, he's left an escape route. He couldn't risk just nestling on the brown, because had he have cut this escape route off, it would have been such a difficult escape. Yeah, well played, Joe.
Well, he's going to be in a bit of trouble, you would feel here. Stun the red up the table and try and get that cue ball behind the black. He's got to be careful he doesn't get too much on the cue ball here, because he could put it in off.
I don't know if he can hit it thin enough to send the red over towards the pink and the white down behind the brown. I don't know if he can see enough of the red to take that on, but it wouldn't be a bad choice if he could. He's played it well.
Yeah, good shot.
Bit of a test, this. I don't think it'll cut in the middle. It's a long, straight red. And if he gets it, he can get an angle on the blue to try and bring the yellow into play. But boy, is this tough under the circumstances. Just cueing across them slightly. It looked as if, a lot of players do that, it looks as if he was playing the shot with a little bit of left hand side. Let's have a look. You see, he's aiming it to the left of the centre of the cue ball. Some players do that, Ken, and the secret on these very fast tables is hitting that cue ball in the middle, isn't it?
Yeah. But some players, yeah, it's just they're used to it, and that's the way they play certain shots, a little bit of left hand side or right hand side. Joe hasn't got this safe. Another half chance here for Mark Allen.
That's pretty good, that. He can do anything he wants here with this. He can double it back up. He can send it back up towards the black. The black's blocking that pocket. So a few safeties available to Mark here. Can swing it around the angles. So well and good winning frames with century breaks and that, but these scrappy frames are just as important.
He's played a nice little shot there. Lots of right hand side just to slow up the cue ball. Safety success, 82% from Mark Allen, 81% from Joe Perry.
Well, that's made it quite awkward, really. He wasn't planning to send the red onto the pink, but Mark can't just play up the table off that red because it would stay over this corner pocket. And it's a delicate little one if he's going to try and just get in behind the pink for a snooker. But there's not a lot else available. Very delicate shot if he was just to hit the red on the right hand side and try and get in behind the pink. Well, that'll do nicely. He judged that the red would spring off the pink and not stay over the pocket. So no real pressure on either player with the yellow safe there. Hello. That makes a big difference. All of a sudden you've got to be careful now that the yellow's back in play. Joe's 13 points behind. Now you'll have to be careful because one mistake and he could now lose the frame with that yellow in play. Oh, the white. Oh, he's okay. It's a good shot, that. Very good shot. Needs to pull up that brown. Oh, no. But there is a pot on.
The crowd were happy to see a pot. It's been a while.
It's all about that pink ball now, it has to be said, because Joe's going to need that. That looks to be pretty good. I think he's got an angle to pot this and just run up and leave a nice green.
Just thinking, Dennis, if he can leave the cue ball with a nice angle on the green, he can bring the pink into play here. And if he's got a nice angle on the green, he can pot the green, bring the pink into play, and of course he's still left with the brown over the corner pocket. So try and knock the pink just off the cushion, maybe towards the left corner pocket. It's okay. Pretty good. Now
11.
See it bringing it into play nicely. Well, this is quite tricky, Dennis, isn't it? I know the pot is easy, but it's the position. He's got to get as close to the blue as he can to make it straightforward to the pink, but never easy to judge, Eddie, when they're this close to the corner, to the pocket.
He's hit it too hard. He's hit it much
15.
too hard. But as you said, when the brown's right over the pocket like that, he played it with right hand side. Difficult to judge it. So he's still going to need the pink. So a good shot required. I think he can screw back, miss the middle pocket, leave the pink for the pocket near the black there. Key shot. This for 3 in a row for Joe. Well, he decided to run it around the table. And he's got away with it.
15.
I think his first shot might have been the better choice, trying to screw it in. But he's been rather fortunate there.
Yeah, it was a clever little shot. Could be in a bit of trouble here, Joe. Really blew up the table. Cue ball behind the black. Again, overhit. Has left this as well.
He's got a good cue ball, so that makes it difficult. He left a white. Be careful, the white will go near that left middle pocket. Well, he's hit it much too thick and he's stuck the blue up, or is it going to pull up again? He's been rather fortunate again, has Joe.
Well, it does a cut. He's coming around to have a look.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is some thin cut if he's thinking about that. I think he wants to try and get a good safety here. It's an important stage in the match if you could just get your nose in front again. And the cue ball needs to pull up. I think that's a good shot he's played there. That was much better than thinking about cutting the blue in. Well, this time he didn't get away with it. A double kiss. I don't know whether he feels maybe the white drifted slightly there. But you couldn't have two easier shots to win a frame. So it looked like Joe Perry was going to win 3 frames in a row. It's not going to be the case. He had a 50 break to go 1 behind, a 68 break to level.
Okay.
But the easiest of things for Mark Allen.
Mark Allen.
And somehow he manages to get his nose back in front. The man from County Antrim leads Joe Perry 4 frames to 3.
Normally comedies like Big Bang Theory, programs like Mock a Week and 8 out of 10 Cats, things like that. Normally my wife reaches for the remote and puts on reality TV, and that's my pet hate. Probably my favourite actor is Denzel Washington. Don't really think he's been in many bad ones, and don't quite like Ben Stiller. I think him and Adam Sandler are going down the same route, but Adam Sandler's a much better actor in my opinion, and Ben Stiller would definitely be a no-no. Michael Jackson, all his music I sort of enjoy, and anything in the charts really. Heavy metal, like classical music, Jimmy Carr I quite enjoy. Actually John Richardson, Frankie Boyle, although a bit close to the bone at times. Peter Kay is very famous and I know a lot of people enjoy him, but I just can't get his comedy at all. Kindness would be the big one for me. Definitely my belly. Definitely not the fittest person in the world. A nice fillet steak, mashed potato, pepper sauce. Not a big fish lover. Maths. I was always pretty good at maths and enjoyed it. History, geography, science, all of the above. Vodka, shots, cup of tea. Never had a coffee. I've never had a pint of beer either. I get in trouble for saying this, but just women drivers in general.
Well, he really is a lovely guy, and I just wonder, that was obviously pre-recorded, but I wonder if we were to do that interview live now and say, this match, thumbs up or thumbs down? I wonder how honest he would be.
Well, we've had some brilliant matches in the history of snooker, but this has not been one of them. Both players are struggling like mad, can't get position, struggling to make a break. It's just one of those, I mentioned it before, you've just got to get to 6 and then analyse it afterwards. I mean, nobody goes out with the intention of trying to play poorly. Both of them just are. It's one of those matches that you just got to put a line through, but just win.
I suppose the question on everyone's lips this afternoon, Stephen, is how can both these players, having played so well in their first round matches, go from playing so well and then playing so poorly today?
I personally don't understand it, because I think when you're at a tournament this big and this prestigious, you really your attitude and everything should be perfect in getting to that match table. I'm surprised how poorly they played. To be honest, I think my cue's coming out. I'm only joking.
You heard it here first.
No, I'm only joking. But yeah. I mean, it's a massive event, and I'm just surprised that they're not up. Both of them look like since the first. I know the first frame was scrappy, and that can sometimes set the tone. But it's just that this look really flat now.
However, having said that, maybe that's it. You say just how prestigious a moment in their careers this is, and maybe that's it. Maybe it's get both players.
Possibly, but I mean, they're both top players. I mean, obviously Mark Allen's been in a few finals this year. Joe has been sort of in and out of the top 16, so he's not played in this tournament regularly. But it's not as if I've not been here before.
Very interesting, Dennis and Ken, that the crowd gave them a big cheer. I think they, like the rest of us, want this to improve.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jason. And I think Mark Allen, when he was leaving after that last frame, sort of put his hand over the camera as if to say, I don't really want you to be watching this. Just mentioned Mark Allen as he was walking out after that frame, put his hand to the camera as if to say, I don't really want you to be watching this. Good start from Joe.
1.
I suppose the way this match is going, Ken, you could finish up with a deciding frame.
Yeah, it looks that way. Good chance for Joe now to get that last frame out of his mind. And again, go up a little bit short.
6.
Really want to be straighter on this red.
Seven.
Those type of shots don't instill much confidence. I'd love to get on these two reds. If you can leave the cue ball near this top cushion here, just below the black, he'll be able to get on the red that's closest to the top cushion here, and then get on the black. Yeah, I think I prefer to be lower than the black, and you've got the straightforward red, get on the black, and that will certainly help his cause. As long as he's not running
12.
into the red when putting this, he'll be okay.
$13.
Play a little cannon on the red that's directly above the black here, and hold for the 2 into the opposite corner pocket.
$20. $21.
And there's at least another 4 reds available to Joe, so he could get a substantial lead here before he'd have to go into the bunch. I mean, ideally he'd like to go into the bunch and leave that red that's at the back of them.
28.
That would be a bit of insurance. Let's see how he goes about it.
29.
I'll have to play for the loose red now. So a bit nearer the cushion than he intended.
36. $37.
Played that well. He stunned into them rather than
44.
screwing into them. That's what you have to do to make sure you don't stick in the back of the reds.
$45.
Just overran it slightly. Still okay for the yellow, and he's got about 4 reds he can possibly lay on here. It'd be nice to see one of the players win a frame at one visit, because it hasn't happened yet during this match. That's good, very well controlled.
47. $48.
Don't know whether, yeah, he must have got a heavy contact, which means that he's finished a little straighter on the black than he wanted. Let's have a look at this. It's not bad. He's a little bit short, but he can get up for the blue here, and he's looking much better here, and
55.
I'm sure his dad Peter will be feeling a little better. Looks very intense there watching
56.
his son. This is first time that he's got into the quarterfinals, so he'll be hoping for the best.
$61.
Red and blue, put him 67.
62.
Ahead with 67 left on, so he's going to need one of these reds. So this red for the frame.
67.
Would you believe it?
Joe Perry, 67.
Amazing. Well, what can Mark Allen do now? 67 behind, 67 left on the table.
Thanks. 1.
Now the left of those 3 reds pots into the left centre. I'm not quite sure whether the one on the right does as well. He's got an angle just screw back, but he must get top side of the reds here.
Yeah.
That's okay.
8.
That red, Dennis, the awkward red on the left-hand side of the table. I mean, for a left-hander, he doesn't really have to bring that into play. He can just drop behind
9.
it. Yeah, the middle red. Pots into the left centre.
16.
Oh, well, he hit the first red.
17.
That's amazing. Hit the first red and the red still went into the middle. But because of it, just have a look at this. He's lost position. Good recovery. Very good recovery. Where's the cue ball? It's coming back around. Oh, that was an excellent
24.
shot.
That was the pot of the match so far, but unfortunately the red doesn't pass the pink, as you can see from that picture. But 43 the difference, 43 on the table.
Mark Allen, 24.
Pretty well played there.
May try to have a go at this red up into the yellow pocket, and even if he misses it, he'll be bringing the cue ball back towards the black. It's a tricky one to try and drop this red into the centre pocket. Almost straight. Well, he's got it. Good pot.
Six. Seven.
So after 8 frames, we're going to be all level once again.
10.
And of the two players, I think, Dennis, in the last few frames, particularly after the interval, I think Joe Perry has
12.
probably played the better of the two.
Yeah, the way he started this frame.
15.
He had that break of 67. Okay, he missed a very easy red to clinch the frame, but he started to look a lot better. And cueing a lot smoother
90.
as well.
$24. $30. $37 and frame.
It was an earlier break
Joe
of
Perry.
67, followed by that clearance there that gives gentleman Joe Perry this frame, and we're all square at 4 each. But he did look much more comfortable there, Joe, and it looked as if he was going to win the frame with one visit, but he got to this stage where he finished closer to the cushion than he needed. He only needed this to secure the frame, and it was a pretty comfortable pot. And watch Joe's head when he tries to push the cue through in a straight line. He hangs his head, and it gave Mark Allen a glimmer of hope. And then all of a sudden, Mark, it looks like he can pot this and just get nicely on the black, but watch, he hits the other red. It's amazing, and still potted it, but just watch as it hits the first red and somehow still potted it. And he did pot a cracking black, but couldn't get onto the red. So it was the best of 11, and now it's the best of 3 to see who goes through to the semi-final, Ken.
Yeah, this is where the pressure will really tell these last few frames. But as I said, Mark Allen has, since the interval, been out of sorts. He went 3-1 up, of course, and I mean, he's won. Just looking at the, you know, he won that first frame on the black, he won the third frame on the black, and then he won that frame on the pink as well to go 4-3 up. So his highest break, I think, was 46 in the whole match so far, and he's won 4 frames.
Sure. Thank you. Frame 9. Joe Perry to break.
Good length for the break-off shot there. That's where you're looking to get the cue ball tight on the cushion. And okay, he hasn't blocked the escape route, but it was pretty good. And that's not a bad return. Almost got the plant. Well, let's see if Mark Allen can get his potting boots on and knock a long one in here. In fact, I think I heard Mark just saying, sorry, Joe, meaning that once he missed it, he was lucky to leave things safe there. I mean, we mentioned Joe Perry, first time in the quarterfinal of the Masters. Not a good safety from Mark, the much more experienced player here. I mean, he's had 3 quarterfinals and a semi-final. He's played some sublime snooker here in the Masters as Mark. Not going to be able to score many from here. He's got the black, but he's running away up the other side of the blue, so he would only get 7 points. He's not even going to bother with that.
Joe Perry 1.
Just over the 3 hours for this match. It's been a strange match. And that's a very good shot from Mark Allen there. He's had some great battles here, Ken. I'm looking, he's played Neil Robertson the last couple of years and he's lost in the quarterfinal 6-5 and the last 16 last year 6-5. And his earlier matches, Mark Selby beat him in 2009 and 2010, both in the quarterfinal on the deciding frame. So he has played some brilliant snooker here, has Mark, but he hasn't played well today, it has to be said. And Joe's got to try and capitalize on that.
Well, there's this red past the black into the corner pocket. I think if it does, he'll take it on because he'll be going into the other reds. Well, it's on, but well, that's a sign of how he's feeling out there, Mark Allen. Because he had a chance to pot that red and hold the cue ball for the black with the bunch of reds there and opted against it. So it tells you he's not feeling too confident out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's a sign that Mark's going to grind his way to victory here. There's no point in just taking on pots that, well, he normally would take on, but if they're not going in, just change your game slightly and make sure you somehow get over the line. And I think that's what he's got in the back of his mind. If he does get half a chance, he'll go for them. But I don't think he's going to just risk anything too difficult. He obviously can't get past the blue, as you can see there, to get back down the table. So a bit of a problem here.
could be in a bit of trouble here because Joe Perry can get the cue ball up behind brown or green here. Well, that was his intention. He's been quite fortunate if he's covered all these reds.
Look at the shape of those reds there. It looks a little bit like the plough if you were looking at stars. This is a much better shot. Just a bit pacey though. There's been quite a number of frames where the reds have all got in around the black spot area, but that's a very unusual pattern you're looking at there. Look at the shape of the reds now, eh? He should clear up from here, shouldn't he? Huh? Still looking to get behind the green and brown. Not quite. They're changing with every shot, these reds. You'd think one of them would cut into the pocket, but I think they're so close together, those four reds. They're all blocking each other. Well, he's left a possible pot now, but where would the colour come from? Don't know if he can come off the cushion when potting this and get back down through the gap.
Just wondering, can he come off the cushion and go into those reds beside the black and maybe stay on the black? No, he's not attempting. He's looks like he's trying to avoid them.
One.
Looks a bit straightish on this yellow.
If he can reach this, he can screw up and leave the one that's just to the left of the pink spot. You've got to be careful with that red, though, that he doesn't catch it with his leg. Okay, he's got an angle to screw back up to the reds. He's going to need the extension. Still got to watch that red, though. Not quite. I was hoping to be on the one to the left of the pink spot.
3.
This pot's, though, the one that's closest to the pink.
Joe Perry, 3.
Look at the reds now. It's just getting more bizarre by the shot. Either player would be wanting a frame like this, but you can't do much about it. Well, that's not bad. Got to be a wee bit careful when you're bridging over the green like that. Can I get enough side and swing this right around the angles and get in behind that brown? Green will do. Green will do. Oh, not quite.
Similar chance for Joe Perry here. Just checking to see any of those reds go towards the red that's over the corner pocket. Possibility of this red going in if he hits it hard enough. But always the target getting in behind the green and brown.
I think he can sneak this one into the left corner. Okay, the brown's slightly in the way. Mark's going around the table there smiling to himself just because of the way the balls are over on the right side of the table.
One.
It was very difficult to get position, wasn't it, there?
Well, you can drop the blue in, but because of the brown, it's a little bit awkward.
Mark Allen 1.
Oh, he's missed the red by quite a bit. Could have left something here.
Foul and a miss. Mark Allen 4.
Can he screw back here for the pink? Get it into the opposite middle pocket.
Not quite the angle to do that. I was going to say if he had been straight and could get on the pink, and it would have been one of the greatest clearances of all time.
One.
Doesn't want this kiss on the red.
Seven.
Can he make the plant? Has he got enough of that first red? Knock it onto the second red.
Well, if he has got enough of the red, he could bring the black and reds into play as well as playing the plant.
And he has done.
8.
In fact, he's a little bit unlucky there. Could have dropped nicer on the colour than this. That's awkward because that's what he's deciding on.
Good shot, very good shot. Excellent. Just jumped a little there, nearly threw it offline, but
15.
well, I said it'd
16.
be one of the greatest clearances of all time. He's now got a chance to knock a good few in here. Just okay, I think.
It's amazing the way one shot can open up the whole frame, and that plant bringing the black into play.
24.
That's given him a fantastic opportunity to certainly get enough points on the board to leave Joe needing the snooker before he even worry about the reds that are close to the side cushion.
31.
There's a miscalculation of a snooker. Tried to get out of there, Joe.
32.
Didn't judge that the way he wanted, but he's still okay. You can pot the red,
39.
come off the top cushion and still stay on the black.
Yeah, that was a straightforward little cannon on the pink, but when you've been struggling somewhat, even those shots on these very lively cloths have got to be judged correctly.
This one. 40.
Still got quite a bit to do. That's Mark's highest break of the match now so far. 46 prior to this.
47.
Now these reds are just the wrong
48.
side of the table for Mark, being a left-hander. There's one that's available to the right of the two that are together. If he had had an angle, what's he in front? 49, so he's not that many pots away. We might be able to bring that red into play also here. Now he's just dropping on it nicely. .56 the difference.
55.
So this and the black or pink would be enough. Frame ball,
Mark
virtually
Allen,
there.
55. Thank you.
He's done exactly as Joe did in the previous frame when he made a break of 67 and missed a very easy red for frame ball. Mark's done it here. Not the best safety shot from Joe there. Good pot from Mark Allen, but it has to be said, Joe should have had it safe there. .60 points in front now with just 59 remaining. So straightforward now for Mark Allen to get himself just in front again, and he'll only need one more frame for his second visit to the semi-final of the Masters.
He's had 3 quarter-finals.
12.
Joe
Mark Allen,
staying in
12.
his seat,
And a
just
frame.
signals to Brendan Moore. He concedes the frame. So it's still anyone's quarter-final, but Mark Allen has got himself favoured, you'd have to say. He leads 5-4.
Well, this is their 5th meeting, and Joe Perry leads the head-to-head by 3 matches to 1. Is this it? Is this Mark Allen's time?
Well, after we've said earlier on today, it hasn't been very good. The last 2 frames have been excellent. Joe Perry's made a good 67 and a 37, and then that 55 there that Mark Allen made was from virtually nothing. He potted a fabulous black at the start of this. He's unlucky, actually. He's moved reds out, and where he's finished, this is a real pressure shot, and especially when your cue action's been all over the shop all afternoon. That was a big shot to take on, and every credit to him there for making the 55, because the hardest thing to do is to scrape over the line sometime when your game is not there, and he showed good character there.
And both players, they'll probably admit in their interviews they haven't played as well as they would have liked, and certainly how well they played earlier in the week. But I suppose for Mark Allen now, what he has to do, Stephen, is just focus on, as John says, getting over the line and getting into that semi-final.
Yeah, it just comes down to now that who's got the biggest will to win, to just get over the line now. And Mark Allen's shown in the past that he is a winner, and he has got bottle. So yeah, that's what it's all about now, just getting over that line.
As for Joe Perry, he knows this is his moment, because he talked after beating Ding Junhui how much he enjoyed being out there. Now it's all about pressure and hanging on in there, John.
Yeah, and he's got it all to do. He's got to win the last 2 frames. He's got to forget about the fact that, you know, he's been a little bit disappointed with his level of play so far. He's actually been the better player since the interval, from 3-1 behind, but it's all about digging in there and hoping you get your opportunity now.
What do you think will happen, Stephen?
Mark will take heart. That was obviously, it wasn't a big break, but it was his highest break of the match, so that might give him a little bit of boost, and if he gets a decent chance in this frame, he could take it.
It was also noticeable at the start of that frame as well. He started refusing a few pots. He's trying to play granite snooker just to get over the line. You can always improve while you're still in the event, Jason.
Crowd cheering. They know one more frame for Mark Allen, and he will be through to the last 4 of this year's Masters. Back to Dennis and Ken.
So Joe Perry needs the last 2 remaining frames if he wants to play in that semi-final tomorrow, and he won't be too happy with that. Chance already for Mark Allen now.
Yes, Stephen Hendry mentioned Mark's the more experienced, twice a World Open champion. He's won 2 major ranking titles, 4 European Tour events. But you couldn't ask for a better chance than this, Ken, could you, with the 5 or 6 reds in the Open, and you only need the 1 frame.
Yeah, it's just exactly what you would have wanted or wished for.
Seven.
And held it nicely for the red into the same pocket. In fact, could have done with a
14.
cue ball running another couple of centimetres, because it would have been straightforward. So he's got to leave the cue ball in the gap of the reds here. Somewhere where he's trying to cue up there now.
$15.
Can stun the cue ball for one of the reds into the right centre. He's on a couple of reds here. I think that red will pass
22.
the black into the same pocket, but the red into the right centre is preference.
23.
Just about okay. A little awkward. Just caught that a little bit on the thick side. But unlucky to send one right over the pocket. But well, he's got to sit there now and hope that something can go wrong. But as I say, Mark Allen's got the red into the left corner. I'm not sure if he can hold nicely for the black. And because he's bridging over it, not straightforward to, he's got to get a bit of work on it to get to the blue. So he couldn't get absolutely
31.
perfect because he was hampered there. So a key shot coming up here. I think he thought he'd missed that. He maybe got a kick because he jumped up all of a sudden. He did get a kick.
36. Both.
He's having the white cleaned also. So he needs to pull a long pot out here to keep this effort going. Well, let's see if we can knock a long one in. Well, he's hit it so hard.
Mark Allen, 36.
I mean, he played it in such a way that he thought, well, you know, I might get it safe, but because he hit it so hard, it jumped in the jaws of the pocket, and the last thing he wanted to see was it opening up the reds. Now, can Joe hold himself together and get himself in here?
Good putt.
Five. Six.
Oh, Joe.
Joe Perry, 6.
Could be his last shot this year's Dafabet Masters. That was an edgy one.
Do you know, it was the identical shot to the one that John Higgins missed when he played Mark Allen. And Mark Allen went on to take that match 6-4 after John had made 3 centuries in a 96. It's been a very strange old match this afternoon. Balls went awkward in a lot of the frames, but
8.
Both players missing all sorts of easy pots, but the chance is there now for Mark Allen. And I'm sure in his interview, Mark Allen will say, listen, Joe Perry could have won every single frame. He could have beaten me 6-0 today. I'm sure he'll say that, because Joe's had so many chances.
Just one good positional shot here. A couple of reds around the pink will pot.
Eleven.
just come a little awkward. We want to be a bit straighter on the one that's closest to the pink ball, the red. He's going to have to take this one into the centre. I'm not quite sure whether he's got an angle to screw back for the black, or will he have to go back up for a ball colour?
Okay.
Yeah, that could always go wrong.
12.
He wasn't straight enough on that red, and he tried to play the cannon and push through for the black.
Well, what a shot he's faced with now. He can't understand that. He's got a long straight pink, but we've seen in the previous frame he refused shots because he knows his long game is not there. He might even refuse this pink, believe it or not. And he's looking at putting a colour safe, but you know, he's at the table there and he's thinking, I normally would never refuse a shot like this, but it's just the circumstances. He's so close to getting through to his second ever semi-final of a Masters. Checking the scoreboard.
Yeah, he's 42 points ahead. If he was 42 points behind, there's no doubt he'll be going for that pink. He's trying to...
But I think now he's thought so long about it, you know, play the safety shot, because if you're going to take it on straight away.
Yeah, what he's contemplating is trying to get a colour safe, but it's not straightforward. Even trying to put the brown safe or the blue or even the green, it's not that easy, and that's why he's taking so much time. Well, he sacrificed getting the cue ball tight to the ball cushion by putting the green there on the side cushion, so that's a little bit of an insurance policy for him.
Look where the cue ball has finished. He's took a terrific pot on, and well, amazing to finish tight on the red. Let's have another look at this. I mean, if he slips past the red, he's perfect. If he hits it any other way, he's on the pink.
Thank you. Joe Perry 1.
Good safety shot from Mark. Joe may have to swerve this slightly. Well, you can see the red is nearest the black, but can he see enough of it to avoid the two reds below it?
Well, at the moment, Mark Allen needs red, colour red, to clinch this match. And he can get on the pink off this one. Well, it doesn't matter which colour he gets on.
One.
He'll still need one more red, and there is a red available, the one to the left of the black. And if the blue passes the yellow, he can get there. So that's the shot. And if he gets position, he's in the semi-final. There's the blue, and here comes the cue ball, and he's played it to perfection.
6.
And it will be a relieved Mark Allen. The black to make absolutely certain. It's not there.
Mark Allen, 7.
But a couple of snookers needed. And barring those snookers, Mark Allen is in the semi-final. Well, Joe Perry will be thinking back to his match against Ding Junhui when he needed 3 snookers in a frame and won that frame. But highly unlikely that it'll happen here.
Yeah, I think this red passes the black as well into the corner pocket. Yeah, well, that should be it now. 1. It'll be a mightily relieved Mark Allen to get into the semi-finals tomorrow.
Mark Allen.
Yeah, Joe comes forward. He had every chance against Mark Allen, and it just didn't happen. It's been a bizarre match. It got better towards the end, but Joe had nothing left, and Mark Allen, well, he'll be absolutely delighted to get through to his second semi-final in the Masters. He wins the match 6 frames to 4.
Well, many congratulations to Mark Allen, runner-up in the 2014 Shanghai Masters and the International Championship. Can he go all the way? John?
Well, you can always improve when you're still in the event. I mean, he'd probably come in here and say it wasn't good and this, that and the other. But I'll tell you what, for the last 2 frames of snooker there, he played really hard match play and played the best he did in the match. The object of the exercise is to win. He's done that. He can go in the practice room, find a bit, might be working on a few things. He'll have to play better to win this event, but listen, all about today was winning.
However, he doesn't have much time, really, does he? Because the second semi-final is tomorrow evening to brush up on any of the technique or go back to the practice table and work on what didn't go so well out there in the arena today.
Yeah, I just think he'll take immense pleasure, almost a sort of perverse pleasure from winning that, because you've played so bad but you're still in the semi-final. And I think I'd be amazed if he didn't play really, really well, to be honest, in semi-final, because when you come through a match like that, you do get it's a weight off your shoulders sort of thing.
Do you agree, John? You almost become battle-hardened when you've been through an ordeal like this afternoon.
Look, everyone can play with the sun shining. You know, when you've got an afternoon like that where there's a black cloud over you all day, to find something just to get over the line, you can come away with that with, great belief at the end of the day, because you think, well, I can't play any, I can play a little bit worse than that, but I've got through.
Yeah. Well, many congratulations.
I want to see him played. Well done.
Well, you're into the semi-final, and that's what counts, I suppose.
Oh, for a long period of that match, it was embarrassing out there. I just couldn't get anything going. I felt calm. I was a bit nervous at the start, like any other match, but I felt calm, and I was delivering the cue so bad, so bad. It was like him at the end of his career.
I said I was getting my cue back out. Watching that.
I don't blame you at all. I'm happy that I found something at 4-all. I made a really good break at 4-all. I didn't win it in one visit, but it done most of the damage. And
yeah, there was a big black one that you took in the corner, because you finished awkward there in the middle of everything, didn't you? And you had to take the black in the corner.
I just felt like I was being a wee bit too defensive and trying to play too cute. I just wanted to start going for it. When I went closer, I thought I'm going to get more aggressive.
We were talking here in the studio, Mark, because both of you played so well in your matches. You against John Higgins, and Joe Perry was fantastic against Ding Junhui. We were just trying to work out what was going on out there, because given the fact that you played at such a high level in the week, and then here we are today when you were both struggling to get into a rhythm.
I think that's just sport for you, and snooker in general. That can happen. I don't feel like I prepared any differently. Practiced hard yesterday and done a bit today, like I do always before my match. So sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. No, that was pretty much the way I've been playing the last few weeks. And the Higgins match was a bit of a one-off. Still very happy to be in the semis of the biggest tournament away from the World Championships, and I'm nowhere near my best.
Absolutely, and I know we spoke earlier in the week, but for those people who missed that interview that went out a few days ago, the fact that you have been a runner-up in the big tournaments in Shanghai and the International Championships, does that fire you on now you're here and now you've reached the semi-final?
Not really. No, I can't do anything about what happened in those tournaments. Disappointed to lose them, but it means my game's in good shape to keep getting to these finals. No, that was a match today that a year or two ago that I just definitely wouldn't have won, and I think that says a lot about my character. I've always had pretty good bottle, and I fancied doing the job when it got close, and no, I'm very happy to go over the line, although the performance was pretty embarrassing.
But you can take it out of that, you know, a match like that, you can take something from it, can't you? Because, as you said, you weren't at your best, but the object of the exercise is to win, isn't it? And when the most important part, near the winning post where it counts, you came over the line.
Yeah, there's been too many matches in the past where I've went away and think, I played terrible there when I've won.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm just accepting, my acceptance levels have went way up, and I think it makes me, it's easier then to handle things whenever they go wrong in a match. I'm more prepared for it, and that's something I wasn't ready for a couple of years ago.
Yeah. A quick word about the crowd as well, because there was a big cheer when you boys walked out after the mid-session interval, because I think you wouldn't mind admitting it was a bit of a grind for them as well, no doubt, watching it. But did you get some encouragement? Did you get some encouragement from them?
I actually judged the crowd a little bit for staying. They must be just snooker purists, because it was very, very tough out there today. Neither of us got anything going at any point in the match, and it was tough to be involved in, so I'm sure it was pretty tough for the crowd as well. But no, really pleased for the support, because considering we're in London and Joe's a London boy, I had quite a lot of support out there too.
Yeah, not much time now to turn around, because obviously the second semi-final is tomorrow evening. What's the plan for tonight and tomorrow?
I don't mind the turnaround. I'm just happy I'm still in. Halfway through that match, I was contemplating what time my flight would be. I'll just relax. My wife came over this morning with my brother and his girlfriend. Just go out for a nice meal tonight, take it easy, get a bit of practice during the day tomorrow, and hopefully play a bit better tomorrow night.
Well, you're into the last four, and that's all that counts. So well done, many congratulations. Thank you very much indeed for popping in for a chat. All right, let's now